5:30 p.m. So I'm going to call our session to order. Welcome. Our first item would be public comment for closed session items only. There's no one in attendance in person here for public comment for closed session items only. Do we have any emails that have been received?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. No emails on closed session items. So we'll go to item 1B, roll call, please.
Trustee Friedman,
Present.
trustee Donnelly,
Present.
trustee Rodriguez.
Here.
Trustee Jackson Miller.
Here. All right, thank you. With that, we are going to convene to close session. Never know, do I bang that or? I mean, I couldn't do it the whole time we were on Zoom. All right. All right, welcome again. Apologies for the delay. So welcome. I'm going to call our open session to order. It is 6:45 p.m. And we are going to begin our open session with item 3A, Pledge of Allegiance, led by a student from Santa Cruz Gardens Elementary School. Principal Lemos, hello.
Good evening. I am proud to introduce Isabella Rolfe, who is joining us virtually tonight. She's a fourth grade student at Santa Cruz Gardens, and she is going to lead us in the pledge.
You stand. Place your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mission statement. Staff, students, parents, and the community share the responsibility for each child's success. We are committed to ensuring that each student develops the skills and confidence for lifelong achievement and is prepared to make a positive contribution to our world.
Thank you, Bella. I'm probably just a tiny dot on your screen, but my name's Amanda and I'm the board president. And I think you might even know my son at Santa Cruz Gardens, Caleb, but you don't have to say anything about that. Thank you so much for being here. We're so happy to have you. And we appreciate you coming even virtually. That's really cool that you're able to do that. If you were here in the room, you'd see that there are a bunch of teachers and parents and a lot of other people here in the audience appreciating you as well. Our camera is just positioned, so you probably can't see all of those folks. Now, normally we get the chance to read a certificate of appreciation, say a lot of really nice things about you. Is that okay? Can I do that? All right, very good. The Soquel Union Elementary School District Board of Trustees Certificate of Recognition for our Student Pledge of Allegiance and Mission Statement reader, Bella Rolfe. Is that right?
Rolfe.
I'm so sorry. Oh, that's
It's okay.
Okay. So Isabella Rolfe, or Bella as she goes by, is an ally, here I go, is an ally and a friend to everyone at Santa Cruz Gardens. Everywhere she goes, she adds goodness and value. She builds up her peers, teachers, and community members. Her kindness inspires everyone around her to be better. Not only is Bella a friend to all, but she is a dedicated student and life learner. Academics come naturally to Bella, but she puts in a lot of hard work and effort to better herself in every subject. Bella is also a dancer and artist. She loves dancing and drawing. Bella has grown so much this year, and we are so proud of her. We are so lucky to have Bella at Santa Cruz Gardens, and I am so lucky to have her as a student. I'm your teacher. How nice. Thank you again, Bella, for being here. Is it okay if we ask you a couple of questions about yourself?
Yeah.
Okay. Team at the table, any questions for Bella?
I'll go ahead. Bella, thank you so much for joining us tonight. I love hearing when people are allies. It's just so important, and it just makes the community better. So thank you so much for being an ally to your classmates and your community. I wanted to ask you about your drawing. What do you like to draw?
Well, I like to draw people and like comics. I like making comics with my friends, and I just like drawing people just standing, maybe doing like a pose, but like every time, maybe like a new outfit.
It's very cool. Thank you, Bella.
All right, you got my interest with comics. So when you create a comics, what is the main character like?
Well, usually when I'm drawing a comic, it usually starts in a school because like I really like my school. So I think that's like one of the places I can also draw best is the school. And usually the main character is like a really smart person, and they're kind of like me, like they like to draw, they're artistic, and they like dogs.
That's excellent.
Yeah, that's
Thank you.
So I have a couple of questions. So what is your favorite style of dance? And then which comes first, the story or the comic drawing?
Well, my favorite type of dance is hip hop, and I do hip hop. And then the second question is usually I do the drawing first. I do all the drawings, and then I write like a teeny bit of writing because I like drawing more than writing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That's great.
Thank you, Bella. That was awesome. It's really nice for us to get to know you a little bit better. We really appreciate you zooming in to help us get our meeting started, keep our priorities on our mission statement, getting to know our students. So thank you for being here. We've got this certificate for you, which you probably can't see because I'm a tiny dot on your computer, but I'm going to give it to your principal who can make sure that it gets to you, or if your teacher's here, we can give it to your teacher, but we will make sure that it gets to you, okay?
Okay.
Thank you again for being with us.
Thank you.
That's great. Thank you.
Bye.
Thanks.
All right, we're going to move on to item 3B, adoption of the agenda. Do I have a motion to adopt the agenda?
I'll make the motion.
Okay, a second.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, next item, report out of closed session. The board did meet in closed session. We only have one item to report on. On item 2A, the resignation and settlement agreement was adopted by a unanimous vote in favor. Next up is the consent agenda. Do I have a motion to approve and adopt the consent agenda?
I move.
A second.
I second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, all in favor? All right, we're going to move on to our public communications. I'll just review the guidelines again. So in addition to speaking in person, we also accept public comment by email. People can email public comment at SUESD.org. I do have a number of public speaker cards, and from what I can see, they are all on the issue of compensation. So if there's anyone who filled out a card and it is not on that issue, please do let us know. Members, I'm going to read what's on the agenda if anyone's following along.
Mine wasn't necessarily.
I saw yours as a request for a future agenda item, not a public comment card. Did you mean to fill out a public comment card?
Yes.
Okay,
Sorry.
that's okay. I think we can turn that into one. Yeah, thank you. So back to information that's on the agenda about public comment. Members of the audience are welcome to address the Board of Trustees during public communications regarding items not listed on this agenda. For items not on the agenda, we request you fill out one of the forms. I think everyone saw those. Sign and register. 3 minutes may be allotted to each speaker and a maximum of 20 minutes to each subject matter. The trustees cannot take action on these matters unless these matters are placed on a future agenda according to law. If the item is on the agenda, you'll have the opportunity to speak at the time the agenda item is discussed. Please address the board president. These proceedings are video recorded per board policy 9323, and board members shall hold the education of students above any partisan, principal, group interest, or personal interest, board bylaw 9200. We do appreciate having you all here. And I have the cards in the order that they were received, and so we'll give each speaker 3 minutes and a total of 20 minutes per subject. And so our first speaker is Michelle Spahn.
Hi, Michelle Spahn. I have been a respected teacher in our district and a valued member of our community since 1995. We are a team, parents and teachers here alike. Over the years, I have been an active participant in the growth and successes in our district. I was a teacher years ago when SoCal Elementary received recognition for being a California Distinguished School. I was honored to be accepted as a Coatson Foundation Fellow and had the opportunity to grow my teaching practice further. In turn, our dedication inspired our school and district to become what it is today, a district that focuses on the whole child with reading and writing workshop, CGI math practices, SEL, trauma-informed practices, and a district that offers students art and music. As a single person in this district, I have never been able to afford real estate in this area, but felt confident that I could find modest rentals at affordable prices. This is no longer true. The high cost of living, especially with the alarming rise in real estate and rental costs, is forcing us to make tough decisions. I saw myself retiring here, as did my mentors, Shirley Bush, Andrea Zavatsanos, and Marilyn Kahn. It breaks my heart in so many ways to let you know that I am actively looking for and interviewing for jobs that pay competitive salaries. This is not a choice. This is survival. Teachers are an invaluable resource that make our schools and district the unique and special place it is today. We need our leaders, our elected board members, and our district administrators to be proactive in a fight for a living wage for our teachers.
Next is Ashley Edgar.
Ashley Edgar, I know many of you. I've been a teacher in this district for 26 years. I've served as president of SEA, also a negotiator, so I have a little bit of an understanding of what goes on in negotiations as well as budget forecasting, et cetera. I helped bring PBIS. I was part of the group that brought PBIS to the district, served with the solution team. So I feel I've done a lot for this district and I've been committed to this district. In fact, I was a student in this district and I was in the first graduating class of New Brighton Middle School. It's a very dear place to me. When I was at UC Santa Cruz, I had a goal. My goal was to teach in this district. And when I got a job in this district, this was the best place to be. We're a small district. We're collaborative. We have been on a downward spiral. It's a trend. It's real. When I started, people used to, oh, how can Kathy Howard be the superintendent and the curriculum coordinator? And how can we have people wearing multiple hats? It's because we're small. We've made a choice to remain small. Now we have choices that we have to make going forward. We've tried to be creative. We've tried to have a partial tax passed. Super disheartening for us as teachers to have our community not support that. But it's not an excuse not to give teachers professional compensation, competitive compensation. Those of us who've stayed here for 26 years, I feel like I bet on a dying horse, not just a losing horse, a dying horse. 26 years, I'm so near retirement. I got 9 more years to go. I can't even go to another district and find a place because they're only going to honor 10 years. So my suggestion tonight is that we get a little bit more creative because there is no excuse not to pay us. We, and I know this from negotiations, need to find a way to find 8% for 3 years out. That's your first priority. Find a way to make 8% solvent. Show us that you care. Now, with such a small district, if we want to remain small, we may have to make some difficult choices. I'm compelled to speak tonight because my colleagues are telling you about difficult choices they're making. I am in the same boat. I look on EdJoin. I've never wanted to look on EdJoin. I'm a Capitola Junior Guard. I can't afford to retire in my town because we're not meeting what we need. You are in charge of our finances. So your first priority, in my opinion, is to get your sleeves rolled up and find a way to extend 8% for 3 years. It may mean that you have to make some difficult choices. Our community didn't vote for it. It's not an excuse. Guess what? Maybe they don't get everything that every district has. Our district has less than 1,900 students. Watsonville High has 2,900 students or thereabouts. We're very small. We can't afford to have all these things. So I see that there's a new admin position on EdJoin.
It is 3 minutes if you want to, if you
Okay.
don't mind finishing your
We
sentence.
should not be hiring new admin. We should be downsizing and paying the teachers who are committed because the trend is real. Teachers are leaving.
Thank you. Next is Aaron Reisman.
Hi, thank you for having me. Sorry if my voice wavers a little bit. I'm used to talking to 10-year-olds. Good evening, Board of Trustees, administrators, and fellow teachers. First, I'd like to say I love my job. I've worked at a handful of schools, and I can say, without a doubt, Santa Cruz Gardens Elementary has the best team of teachers I've ever worked with. And my wonderful class is one of the most amazing groups of students I've ever had the privilege to work with. It was not too soon after meeting these amazing colleagues and students that I was already looking forward to working at SUESD and at Santa Cruz Gardens for the remainder of my teaching career. What I didn't know when I was first hired is that all temporary teachers are let go every year. And so, a little less than 2 months ago, along with many of my colleagues, I was informed that I would be laid off. Although I want to commit to SUESD, they did not want to commit to me. Due to my years of experience, my excellent references, and my hard work, it was only a few weeks later that I was offered a job in another district. It is with deep sadness that I'll be leaving my amazing colleagues, students, and this community. Although it's going to be hard to leave, it would be harder to return to SUESD. Let me tell you why. Next year, at my new job, just a few miles away, I'll be making $15,415 more than I would if I were to have been rehired at SUESD. Let me tell you why. Due to a higher contribution from my new district, our family's health insurance costs will go down by another $11,784 a year. Let me tell you why. For my family, for my 1-year-old and my 3-year-old, our gross income will then go up by $27,199 because I'm switching districts. I'm going to do what's right for my family by working for a district that values me. There is a nationwide teacher shortage. Commit to these amazing teachers through contracts. Pay our children's teachers a fair salary. Thank you for your time.
Next is Gwen Trowbridge.
Ask for a little participation.
Oh. Sounds
There we
on.
go. Good.
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask for some participation from the audience, if you guys don't mind. Could I ask for all the teachers and staff who currently have or have had a child attend a school within our district, please stand up. Now could all parents of a student in our district please stand up, including non-staff and board members and all those before me?
I hear you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Teachers are not just positions, they're people. They are members of this community. And many of us, and many are our fellow parents. We should all be in this together with a common goal: to provide an equitable education to the students in our district with an aspiration of being exemplary. Parents didn't need to hear the statistics to know that having educated, talented, caring teachers is essential towards our children's learning success. The district has asked its parents to embrace all the ups and downs because we were a strong community of parents and teachers who held each other up. During the pandemic, we watched as many of our involved parents left for private schools or other options. Now we are watching our teachers leave. What is the future of this district if we aren't taking care of our own community? We as parents cannot just stand by while we see these talented, caring people treated with anything less than the utmost respect and admiration and appreciation they deserve. And right now, it's not with flowers for Teacher Appreciation Week. It's with the raise they are asking for. Yes, our state has failed our education system in many ways. Yes, we were devastated by our community at large for letting us down when we couldn't get enough votes to pass parcel tax measures. We can continue to fight those battles, but we are running out of time to show these teachers we truly value them. They are leaving, and the ones who get hurt the most are our children. Now we look to you to prove that our youth is your first priority. Don't let this be your legacy as a board member of the SoCal Union Elementary School District. On behalf of parents in this district, please don't fail our children by not supporting our staff who have dedicated their careers to help us raise smart, well-rounded humans. Don't let down the teachers who also entrusted our school district to take care of their own children. Our teachers and staff are the biggest asset to make sure our kids are not at a disadvantage academically, socially, and emotionally. Thank you.
Next is Lily Bell. And Lily, feel free to take your time to get comfortable. Make sure the mic is the right height, all of that. I'm not counting the clock.
I'm Lily Bell. I'm a sixth grader at New Brighton Middle School. And honestly, what I really think matters at this meeting is it's not just about the salary that teachers are getting. It's about the fact that the board is supposed to look at what's right for the students and for the school and what's going to bring it into the future and help these students be the best they can. And honestly, we have lost very, very good teachers. We have lost amazing teachers. I've known some of these teachers because my mom works at this district, and I am sad that I can't be their student. And I also know that there's teachers like for my sister who's in SoCal that she's leaving and won't be able to have as a teacher who I've had as a teacher and I've loved. And in my experience also, it's like if we're losing these experienced teachers, then we're getting unexperienced teachers. And having a teacher turnover creates disorders because these kids will act out. I know this because there are so many sixth graders who still act like fourth graders because of the year of COVID. They don't know how to act in a classroom. We will have subs, and instead of a classroom working how it should, or even being better than how it is with their teachers so that they can learn with a sub, it's chaos. There is no learning. It is complete disorder. I have had very few subs in my years of learning in this district that have actually helped me learn. And yes, these subs try their best, and I know I've had multiple for like a long period of time, and it's not working. We need experienced teachers. And not only are our teachers leaving, kids are. They're leaving because their parents don't think they can learn in this district. They won't learn in this district if we keep losing these experienced teachers. If we get new teachers, we will lose kids. This district, it's already small, but it will get smaller. It's not going to grow. And this raise of 3%, our cost of living is 5.9%. You can't expect someone to live on 3%. That's 2.9% less. Even that small of a number affects everything. We don't get to go on vacations because my mom can pay for it. We get to go because our grandparents pay for it, and they're retired. They're paying for it because they have saved up money just for this, because they want to spend time with their grandparents. But once they're gone, we won't have vacations. We won't have time. We won't have money for it. It will only be if we get a raise or if my mom moves districts. And so are you guys going to stand to the side and let this district get smaller and smaller until it is not a district, until it may be even one school? because we don't have enough teachers. I'm Lily Bell. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lily. This is a very, very tough one to follow, but the next up is Melissa Walding.
Hello, thank you for having me. Lily, thank you for that from the bottom of my heart. I'm with Lily. I'm worried about the kids. I'm worried about my kids who currently go here. I'm worried about the kids after my kids. And I was thinking the other day, why do I feel like just so heavy on my heart? And I'm standing out on the blacktop because that's where my classroom is at New Brighton. I've been here for a long time. I'm not going to tell you the sad story about real estate and how many jobs my husband works to make up for my lack of professional income. That's not your fault. That's because teachers are underpaid. But why I feel so heavy right now is because as I stand on the blacktop and I'm watching the students and I'm encouraging, I'm correcting, I'm just there. I look across the blacktop and my neighbor directly across from me is not going to be here next year, or the neighbor next to him, or the teacher down the way. And I can't do the blacktop by myself. I need my friends. I need my colleagues. And just the three of them is 70 years of experience, 70. You can't replace that. One's retiring, one's going over the hill, and one's going next door. And the other districts are clamoring for our talented teachers. They're fighting over them. Bonuses, better pay, all this stuff. And none of them really want to leave. They want to be here. And that's the part where it's like pulling the arrows out of my heart. And what it feels like when I'm standing on the blacktop is that it's like the Titanic and the band playing, and I'm on the band and I'm playing as the Titanic is sinking down. I'm gonna be the last one here. It's like the last day. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving. This is my school. I will not leave, but I will fight. I will fight. And there is no business in America anywhere that not paying your employees is an option. There's no business plan where you can't pay your employees and the business keeps running. And so if we can't pay, we're not asking what we deserve. What we deserve is where we have to fight at the state. We're asking for what we're owed, and we're owed cost of living. We're owed that. And there's a difference, and we have to find it. If there's an emergency fund, this is an emergency. It's the Titanic. We've hit the iceberg. You hear them, right? They're not lying. They're going. They're gone. How many more we have to lose? You know, and it's just, we have to find that money. The money is important. We have to find it. And so please, I'm begging you to find the money before we lose another person. Please. I don't want to be on the blacktop by myself. I want everybody here in this room to be with me because that's where we want to be. And so if we can't afford to pay our employees, then I don't know if we can afford to be a district anymore. And I would rather see the district go away than lose another teacher from our district.
Thank you. The next is Ia Walton. I'm sorry if it's Aya. Yeah, okay. Hi.
I have two children in the district at SoCal Elementary. I'm here to speak for them, but I'm mostly here for the kids whose parents can't be here. For all those kids, I fought hard to get into the district. I said, we'll only live in SoCal district. This is where I wanted to be. This is where I researched. Now I'm done. Now we're looking somewhere else because this is not where I want to be. And you know why? Because my daughter, who's in 5th grade, wrote her speech that she's going to say at graduation in 3.5 weeks. And she said, I want to thank my teachers. I want to thank Mrs. Pereira, who's still here. Mrs. Carver, who's still here, and Mrs. McMillan, who's here and still here. And then she said, and Mr. Eric Foster, who's gone, and Mrs. Ann Cardoza, who's gone, and Mrs. Molly Cowell, who's gone, and Mrs. Rebecca Voigt, who's leaving. Sorry to say that, but, and she said, hold on, I barely have any. Well, why don't we go to my friend's school in Aptos? Because he said that he got to go to all of his sisters. And I thought, this is exactly what's happening. There's no connection. My sweet, sweet fifth grader who has a stutter and an incredibly life-threatening allergy, she needs actual people who know what's going on and not people who just come in and have no experience, as we heard tonight, and just say, it's not a problem. It is a problem. These kids deserve, and not just my kids. I'm privileged enough. We can move if we want to move. It's embarrassing to say, but it's true. Most of the kids at our school I see who really need that connection with a teacher who knows them, a teacher who knows where they're coming from, what they've been through. They know any little thing. I mean, my daughter's teacher is Miss Spahn, and to hear that she's leaving, I mean, it's just almost the final nail. Like, no one will be there. I speak to friends of mine who are in their 30s and they say, oh, I had Miss Spahn. That's never going to happen again in the future. Not with you, Miss Spahn, but it's never, like, this is not going to happen with my kids. They won't meet people down the road and say, oh, did you have the same teacher? Nobody will be there. It will be unrecognizable as the district that we love right now. And I'm privileged enough to make that choice, but there are so many children who are not. And we really, really owe it to them and to all the staff, of course, but it's not, it's the fight for the kids, and every single kid improves their community when they have been given the opportunity. And these kids are not given, right now they are, but if they're not given that opportunity, it is entirely our fault. We have actively taken these children's quality of life and thrown it down the drain. And I see it every second when Mrs. Aiken's leaving and Mrs. Voigt's leaving and Mr. Everson's leaving. I mean, it's just every year. One year we lost 5 teachers from SoCal. We only had 16. I can't even begin to tell you how, and I know you hear it all the time, but I don't understand. Why is there not, how are we not making the money? And then the question is what I think we heard earlier, why are we a district if we can't afford to have a district?
I am keeping a time check. We're at 19 minutes, which leaves us with one last speaker on this topic. So the next card I have is Sarah Weber.
Well, I timed myself and it was about 2 minutes, so I'll just be really fast. So I'm Sarah Weber. I'm a parent at Santa Cruz Gardens now. I have 3 kids who went all the way through Main Street. I have kids who have gone all the way through New Brighton. This is my 11th year as a parent in the district, and I should have 6 more years in the district. I have loved the years that my family has been part of SUESD. And I know that the reason it's a great place to be is the incredible, hardworking, caring teachers. It's the teachers that have created the sense of community that we always say is what we love about this district. They pour their time, energy, and care into the students that this district exists to serve. I could spend my whole 3 minutes or 2 minutes or 1 minute raving about our teachers, but we all agree, right? They're the best. I have known that they were making a major financial sacrifice to work in the district, but this year it's become apparent of really how bad it is. It really sank in when I was looking on EdJoin recently, and a lot of the positions, the pay scale is less than my 16-year-old daughters are making working at the boardwalk, like making cotton candy. These are people that are entrusted with the care and the safety and the well-being of our kids. I'm sad to say that our family is actually questioning whether or not we will stay in the district. If we continue to lose teachers, I have no confidence that the district will be able to attract and maintain and hire qualified, high-quality teachers. I don't want my kids in the nightmare that so many kids at New Brighton were this year, starting the year, going into the year without classroom teachers. And like you were saying, My family can move. A lot of the families can't move. I am so thankful for it, and I love the SUESD teachers and staff. I'm probably their biggest fan. And while it's heartbreaking to see them leave to take jobs in other districts, I totally understand. They do not have another option. It's time for the school board and the district office to make this happen. Whatever it takes, you have to make it happen. Give our teachers an 8% raise. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you all for coming to speak in person on this topic. I apologize for those who put in a comment card and didn't get a chance to speak because of the time limit. I do want to check and see if we have any public comment emails on the item. We won't have time to read them aloud, but I would like to ask that they, be sent to the board so that the board's able to read them later on.
We do have some and I will.
Thank you. Okay. Let's see, we have someone who made a request on a different item. The topic is financials, and Josh Trowbridge.
Okay, first of all, I just want to say thank you for all that you do. I know that it's practically a volunteer job, and I know that you all care. I believe that. I had a question on financials for the district. I looked at the I think it was March 23rd meeting notes. It goes over the budget for the year, the approved operating budget, and your current forecast for the year. And I found some things interesting that I wanted to ask about. And I know you can't really answer me apparently, which I think is odd, but it is what it is. So I'll say it and you can do what you want with it. You start off the year with revenues and a budget of 19.5 million. Okay, and then when you approved the budget, it went up to 24.5 million. Now, current projections for the end of the year are 24.7 million. Okay, so you did really good. You're getting lots of money. That's great. Expenses at the bottom of the line stay pretty steady. As the revenues went up, your expenses also increased. So whereas in the budget, you said you're going to lose $100,000 this year. Right now in your current forecast, you're going to make $500,000, which is like, wow, okay, how are they spending that money? Salaries are about the same. Matter of fact, they're spot on. You guys are perfect at forecasting your salaries. But when you look at expenses and you look at books and fees, you started off the year saying you're going to spend $810,000 on books and fees. And now you spent year to date about $890,000 with a forecast of $4.9 million on books and fees. So I'm just wondering, that's $2,450 per student on books and fees this year. Do we really need that much? And if you happen to be looking for $1 million to spend on something, I don't know what, maybe raises, it's about $1 million. So maybe instead of spending $4.5 million on books and fees, we could consider giving the 8% raise and still have a very healthy budget for the year.
Thank you. I understand it's very awkward to ask questions and not receive an answer, right? Part of the Brown Act, public comment, it's not an agendized audit item. So if we'd had the conversation at the March meeting, there could have been a little more back and forth, but I certainly would encourage maybe a communication with staff later, by email or by phone, maybe to get some, if you have budget questions.
Yeah, I just find it super odd that in a 4-school district that we sit in front of a bunch of people in a table who say here, here, and have a gavel. I mean, we're a little district, just people, we're all friends, we all know each other, eat dinner together. Like, and we have to be this formal. It's kind of sad. Saying. It is for you too. I'm not just saying on my behalf. I know it sucks for you. I feel super bad for you. I just think it's odd that you can't sit here and have a communication where I've been to 3 of these meetings now. And I go away totally just like, God, that's really crummy. These are really nice people. These are really nice people. And yet no one can talk to each other because of a bunch of legalese about all this stuff. And I think it's super crummy. And regardless of any acts or anything, we ought to do it a different way. Because this isn't cool.
Thank you, Josh. All right, as we all know, we have a pretty robust agenda and some really important action to take care of later. So we are going to move on to our next item, which is our standing reports. You're all welcome to stay, but if anyone needs to leave, we don't take it personally. However, your evening needs to go is perfectly understandable. We will start with items from our assistant superintendents. I think he's just closing the door. Okay.
Due to the length of the meeting this evening, I'll forego any comments at this time.
Okay.
I think I will also. We have such a big meeting tonight. Thank you.
Okay.
And I would only like to offer congratulations to Santa Cruz Gardens Elementary School for their Pivotal Practice Award, which is in line with the California Distinguished School regarding their SAGE program. Big congratulations to them.
Thank you. Items from CSEA, Mr. Dolmo.
Good evening. My name is Enrique Domo, CSEA Union President. Hope everyone's doing well. The first thing I would like to say is CSEA does support SEA on their negotiations. Okay. We also, CSEA would like to endorse Alyssa Maisano for the new board member. We are endorsing her, following with the SEA as well. Also, on another tip, we brought this up before, and we also brought it up at our last meeting about first aid for the classified. So we would like to get a classified certificate for first aid if we can do that this year. And if it happens again next year and the teachers have it, we would like to also be asked if we can participate in that as well. So that's one thing. Also, Mandy Lopez is our new treasurer, and I wanted to let you know that as well. She will be replacing Annie. So just wanted to give that heads up. Thank you.
Thank you.
One last thing. Is it true about Mr. Foster? Is he leaving? Does anybody know that? He's not leaving. Okay.
All right. Next, thank you. Items from SEA, Mr. Barrett.
Everybody, thank you. Thanks, everybody, for being here today. Really appreciate seeing all you guys today. And thank you, Board of Trustees and Superintendent, Assistant Superintendents as well. We had an SEA meeting on Monday. Really great meeting. Dawn Addis made a surprise visit, so we got to talk to Dawn a little bit and hear from her, which was really excellent. Definitely would have my support if I lived in her district. Unfortunately, I don't live in the 41st, not the 30th, but definitely would support her. We had an update from the Racial Justice Task Force. We also had a approved nomination of Jessica Laurie as SEA Secretary for next year. So big ups for Jessica. Talked about the dual language immersion program at SoCal and the difficulties with staffing that program this year. We talked about what the enrollment numbers look like for TK at all sites and what that might mean for what those TK programs turn into, possibly TKK combos. We talked a little about the ESSER coordinator position, which was brought up previously. We heard from our current EL TOSA, a little bit of information about that ESSER coordinator position. We were joined by Scott, Michelle, and Jessica, as you guys do every month. Really appreciate that. I think that is really helpful, and definitely thank you for joining us at that. Also this week, after the names of all of those who applied for the board vacancy were made public on Friday, I reached out to all 4 candidates to set up interviews. 3 of them accepted. Callie Edmondson, Robert Dickinson, Alyssa Maisano. We formed a committee of SEA and CSEA executives and representatives, came up with interview questions, had a consistent professional process for that. We were really impressed, honestly, by all 3 candidates. We appreciated all of them taking the time to speak with us. We had great conversations with all 3, and their responses indicated that they're all invested in making positive change in our district. They struck us as student-centered and teacher-centered. But we were especially impressed by Alyssa Maisano's ability to, her established familiarity with issues in our district, her passion for serving SUESD students and community in a range of different roles, her professionalism, expertise, and our shared goals of retaining and recruiting staff. So SEA and CSEA have made our joint endorsement of Alyssa Maisano for the school board position. Thank you.
Okay, next up are items from trustees. Any trustees have anything to report out?
I have nothing.
Nothing to report.
I met with the CSBA Delegate Assembly. Two hot issues is we want reserve to go to base, and we want no longer to have it calculated by ADA, but by enrollment. And we again talked about the Great Resignation. So far this year, 9% of people have quit their jobs on their own. In education, it's been almost 5%. The other thing is I want to hats off to the city of Capitola, the recreation flyers out. And thank you, Scott, for a great article about our students in the newspaper. I'm done.
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, it really was. Thank you for mentioning that, though. It was really nice seeing the article highlighting our students from different schools. I don't have much to report, just appreciate that it's open house season and we get to go to the schools in person again for open house. So I'm looking forward to those. In fact, I've got one tomorrow. So thank you. And I'll just keep us moving forward. We all had a chance, right? We're going to move on then to our first presentation item. We're gonna have a presentation regarding the 5th grade SAGE project-based learning at Santa Cruz Gardens.
I'm not gonna stick around, but I just wanted to introduce, he's no stranger to you, Brian Boyce. He and our 5th grade team at Santa Cruz Gardens have really kind of taken the spirit of the SAGE program and really run with it. So we're really proud of them and really grateful for their hard work. And Brian is gonna tell you a bit about that process. Thank you.
Good evening, Brian Boyce, teach 5th grade at Santa Cruz Gardens. Very proud to be a part of this school. I'm also very honored to be able to introduce to you the SAGE Garden Project. This project is taken on by our 5th graders. There we go. This is one of the greatest groups of 5th graders I've ever worked with. In all the years I've taught, this is a group that really stands out to me, and I'm very excited about many of them moving on to our middle school. This group of 5th graders recognized an opportunity at our site to reignite an underutilized space at our school. What they dreamed up was a nearly 4,000 square foot multi-zonal outdoor learning space. They dreamed it up, designed it, budgeted it, and built what we are calling the SAGE Garden. Over half of their school year was dedicated to this project. It was full of incredible learning opportunities, teachable moments, and many lessons on delayed gratification. They're incredibly hardworking and dedicated, and to this day, will put a smile on their face as they talk about it. In a project-based learning model, which is very new to me and brand new to these students, we started by asking a lot of questions. We hosted a lot of debates, and ultimately our students came up with what you see here. This is their agreed design for this garden. You can see all those zones there. They dreamed up this space where they were hoping to create a space where students would be able to take a mindful moment, nature journal with their class, eat a free healthy snack that they grew themselves, all while waiting to get picked up at the end of the school day in the space. The students organized themselves into garden zone teams and they began researching. What I want to point out is one of these teams here, the Buddy Bench team. This is a group of kiddos, 4 kids who had never done anything like this in their life. They started by literally walking around the school, just checking out the benches. They're like, how is this bolted together? Why is it cemented to the ground? And their research then went online where they started looking at materials, what would be durable and also cost effective. They did many drafts of this bench, and what you see here is what they submitted to me along with a budget of materials. In the end, each Garden Zone team put together these spreadsheets for each one. They listed all the plants and materials they wanted. They linked all of the sources they used. They created lists, descriptions of each plant, and then they proposed their budget to me. They even went through a peer review process where they explained to their peers why they were choosing these plants and why they were putting them where they were going to put them. As we got deeper into the project, the students realized they wanted signage for all of these plants. And so we actually kind of came up with an impromptu scientific illustration art unit. They drafted over and over, trying to get as much detail as they possibly could in their, fifth grade ability to draw. And in the end, recognized that they not only wanted to draw accurate imagery that would help describe these plants in all of their stages of growth throughout different seasons, but they wrote descriptions, which they then recorded audio tracks for. And when you see on this image on the right here, which you can scan with a phone, they've created a self-led audio tour that is available in both English and Spanish. They realized very quickly that this project was going to cost a lot of money. And to a fifth grader, a lot of money is like $100 or something. And they realized it was going to actually need to go beyond that. So they had the idea of creating a donation request video, which they wanted to submit to all the potential donors in our county. If you all take out phones now, you can literally scan this QR code. I encourage you to, because you're going to hear it in the students' own voice, what they are proposing to build to these donors. And when this video was then shared with the donor request package and me going around calling a lot of folks, you're going to see that this was an overwhelming success in their, fundraising hopes and dreams. Santa Cruz Gardens Home and School Club provided all of the funding for the buddy bench you saw earlier. Our own district provided the labor and time to clear and prep the area. And you also provided all of the wood chips, which we're going to get to talk about later. We had a small parent team write a grant and receive over $2,000 from the Whole Kids Foundation. And you see many familiar names here who are eager to be a part of this project. It also developed a lot of community partnerships who are very excited to continue working with us with this ongoing project. Our 2 garden work days so far have been overwhelming successes, even despite one was absolutely downpour raining. What I really want to highlight here is the collaboration that happened between many different age groups, many families coming out here. But if you can see these smiles here, these fifth graders are absolutely elated at this moment because they are finally putting their hands in the soil and planting the plants they've been researching for many, many months. After 2 days of garden work days, you can see how this place has been transformed. Once an underutilized space to now an inviting, welcoming path that you get to meander through and check out each of these garden zones. We planted every single plant. The trail is nearly complete. And now we just got a mountain of wood chips that we would love your help moving. Our final garden work day here is happening this Saturday from 9 to 12 a.m. And I'd like to invite the entire public to this. We would love your help with wheelbarrows and shovels, again, for all these wood chips and gravel. We've had many middle school and high school students. I had a student that is now a sophomore in high school coming out, wanting volunteer hours, wanted to be a part of this. But if you know anybody that would like to be a part of this, we genuinely would like them to be here, and we invite you all to join us as well. As we wrap this up, I want us to recognize a few things here. First, our opening ceremony is happening Friday, May 13th at 9 a.m. And we would like to formally invite all of you to this. I think it's going to be an incredible moment to highlight the hard work of our students, highlight this SAGE program that we are just getting off the ground, and really shine a positive light on this district, knowing that we've just come through an incredibly challenging 2 years that we're still navigating. These students are super proud, and they are going to be literally leading this entire assembly. So we're not even going to be on stage as teachers, but they are excited to share with you the process they went through, the challenges they overcame, and what we really are excited to hear them share is this challenge they want to offer the school. Leaving this as a fifth grade legacy project as well, they are asking that the future students coming into fifth grade and even at all grade levels take part in this garden. You get to add to it. What would you do next? How could this project inspire you to do another project-based learning project with your class? So we really want to celebrate them, and I hope that you all will join us for that. In closing, I want us to recognize a few things. I mean, I knew nothing about project-based learning going into this. This was an incredible opportunity. With COVID funding, I had 21 students in my class, which allowed me a lot more time to prep and do projects like this. I've learned a ton. I'm hoping our district will invest in project-based learning professional developments. I really want to focus on that at our site. Personally, I think it's going to really grow the SAGE program. I want us to recognize that this legacy project is unfinished on purpose. They want the future, grades coming up to really add to this and hopefully inspire a program that we can be really proud of as a site and as a district. I think that's all I wanted to say, but I really appreciate your time and we are so excited about this project. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Boyce. I'm going to see if we have any questions from the board
absolutely.
first. All right. Questions or comments from the board?
I have a comment. That spot has been begging for work for as long as I've been in this district. And every time I go up there, you look at that and go, what can we do? So yay, thank you. Finally, somebody did that. Have you been working with the SoCal Water District on this at all?
Not specifically. No, there's a lot of community partnerships we've developed, and I see this as just the beginning. I mean, these are businesses that just saw an opportunity to be a part of something rad, and it only can grow from here.
I think we worked with them at SoCal.
Yeah, the Gardens isn't in that district though. There's,
Yeah, right.
no.
There's
I know where I pay my bill.
City Center.
Yeah, no, but
Better yet.
but yeah, that's possibility. Any other comments from the board? Questions?
Actually, it's very impressive. It goes beyond just throwing a plant in the ground. I mean, you have, I like the illustrated illustration by Kai. I mean, the whole layout, and when I look at that and then the photos, it's pretty good. And then also the mechanical drafting that they had to do, and I mean, the measurements, yeah, it looks pretty close at what they had to do, and then the budget. So it's very, and throw in the QR code. That's everything now, is that you throw in that QR code for some money. Now, the QR code that is where the poppy is that for donation, or is that?
No, that's
explaining the product?
specific. You can scan that right now with your phone on that screen and actually hear a student describe that plant too.
Okay. That is, actually, this is a real phenomenal project, and yeah, thanks.
Let's thank our kiddos. I wish they could have been here to present this for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that'd be great if they could all come in here and show it to us.
No, it's really an incredible project, and I love that you were able to demonstrate the early stages, right? We're not just seeing the finished product, but really how they worked it through the diagram of, how do you build a bench, and they were able to take the time and really invest so much in this end product. And as you said, it's not done, right? It's something that's going to keep growing and evolving.
By design, yeah.
So it's not a legacy project that's a plaque on a wall, or it's something that many hands will contribute to. So I'm really excited about it. I was so happy to actually lay my own eyes on it this weekend. Appreciate that you were out there watering on a Sunday afternoon.
Of course.
I'm not kidding. I will help water this summer. It's an awesome project. So I really appreciate the presentation. If we don't have any other questions.
I'll just add, yes, I'm so impressed. I also got a chance to listen to their presentation, and they just sound so proud, and they're so eloquent. And just tying everything in, the math with the budgeting, and the body bench, thinking about what would be the most inclusive shape for a bench is just amazing. So thank you so much for all your work with that, and for all the students that just put all their heart into it and thought things through so brilliantly. So thank you.
I'll pass your thanks on to the kiddos. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. See if we have any comments or questions from the audience, aside from, of course, this type of appreciation. Any questions or comments? Welcome to come on up. If not, we'll check and see if we have any comments on email. Yeah, do you mind coming up a little bit so we can hear you?
Project.
Okay.
And it has been amazing. We're so grateful just for the SAGE program at our school, but to get to have a fifth grader who has been working with Mr. Boyce in his class on putting all this together, it's been amazing. So anyway, I'm so grateful for our community, and it makes me really sad to be here in these meetings, hearing just these teachers that are struggling, making really tough decisions, because I couldn't imagine that kids seeing with any other teachers and in any other place. So just thank you to all the teachers. Sorry that was the plan, and thank you for listening.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions on this item or from the audience? If not, I'll check in and see if we,
I'd like to say.
I'm so
something.
sorry, I didn't turn your way. Yes, yes, please.
I just want to say, Mr. Boyce, this is amazing. I mean, this is truly breathtaking, the depth and the breadth of the work that your students and you have done this year. And I'm not a betting person, but I would say that there's going to be kids run into the SAGE program once they know that these things are happening up at your school. Thank you.
Mr. Mr. Edgar, do you want?
Thank you, Sid. That means a lot.
Are we picking this up on the recording?
No. Do you mind? I'm so sorry. We really can't hear you.
We're always looking for new ways to teach and use project-based learning model. Where did that come from? The genesis of your
Yeah, I haven't looked at the history that well, but it's not new. This is just something. Oh, thank you. Yeah, no, this is definitely something I've just heard about and talking with teachers outside of our district. And I think that's again where I say I see this as a really positive route that some teachers would be very interested in our district. And I'd really love for us to invest in that in professional, like full-on professional development and really pushing that at our site as we try to grow a program to keep our school open, right? Yeah, thank you.
And I
Thank
can,
you.
maybe I could just make a comment back to that. We did have 2 teachers last year who piloted some of the training that was the PBL, and they were our 2 Opal Cliffs teachers, Lori and Suzanne, who loved it. I think they would highly recommend the PD that was associated with their learning on it. Brian, I'd invite you to attend, and anybody else who would like to attend, send me an email.
Hello, I heard you mention open house coming up, and I was curious if any of you were able to make it to the SoCal open house that happened.
So that's not what we're talking about right now. We're talking about the SAGE program. If you'd like to reach out to us, maybe by email or something, I'm trying to keep us sort of following along with the agenda.
Yeah,
Yeah.
just you mentioned open house, and it made me think that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Did we have email comments?
Nothing on email.
No comments on email. Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Okay, next up is item 7B, discussion about LCAP updates.
This is just our LCAP bite for tonight, and this is related to our summer program. Many of our students were recommended for our summer program this year, and we're still in the process of collecting the registrations from families. But I think that you know, we see a big need for students to extend their learning over the summer. The program this year will run from June 7th and run for 5 weeks until July 8th. The classes will run for half days in the morning time, and we'll be partnering with the city of Capitola in the afternoons. The program will be at SoCal Elementary and New Brighton Middle School, and it will be in coordination with ESY to really increase our inclusion practices. And happily, we are fully staffed with our teachers, and every one of our teachers for the summer program is a SoCal Elementary teacher. It's very exciting. We will begin to do our training for the summer program the Thursday before summer school begins, and then the teachers will have an extra planning day. A lot of what we're going to be doing on that professional learning day prior to summer school beginning is looking at consistent SEL daily routines, some of the intermediation materials, and then, you know, discuss classroom assignments and where teachers will be and the support that they'll have. So we're really excited to see this shaping up nicely. We'll be using the students' end of year assessment data to kind of focus on what skills the students need to develop over their time in summer, and then do an exit assessment for determining skill growth when they leave. So it's very, very exciting to see another year of summer school with our staff.
Thank you. Questions from the board on the summer program update?
So you're gonna have the summer school at New Brighton and SoCal, and that is, so I assume SoCal's for elementary, and then New Brighton's gonna be for the middle schoolers. Okay.
Yeah, we
I
do
didn't
have
know-
some site limitations because of summer construction.
Oh, okay.
Which is why we'll be at those two sites.
So thank you. Is it possible that we could take this program and apply for the Golden Bell Award with CSBA? Now, the deadline is June 30th. So if that's a crunch, we could do it next year.
Challenge sounds nice. Take a shot at it.
We'll take a look at it.
Okay. Thank you.
And so I think I know the answer to this, but with half days, there's students will be offered meals, the
Yeah.
typical full experience.
Some of our students will receive transportation in our ESY program, and then we will do food services, food and nutrition services each day for the students.
And in previous years, we've had the arts offered and, the fun enrichment activities. We're kind of continuing with that as
Yep.
well. Thank you.
Thank
Very
you.
exciting. All right, thank you for that update. Any questions from our in-person public on the LCAP update, talking about our summer programs? Yes.
Sorry about that. Yeah, as one of the ESY teachers, I just wanted to say I appreciate the coordination of ESY and the general education summer school program. I think it's always helpful when we can offer inclusion opportunities for ESY students in general education summer school. There's been years that hasn't worked out and years that has, and it's always, I think, better for students when those two things are coordinated. The other thing I want to say is I'm really glad that to hear that it's fully staffed, that the program's fully staffed. I think it was very helpful that last year and this year, the pay for summer school and ESY was increased. Unfortunately, it sounds like some of the funding used for that expires next year. And so maybe consider looking at that funding and looking at the pay for summer school and ESY for next year so that we can continue to be fully staffed next summer school as well as this one.
Thank you, and thank you for always teaching it. You're amazing.
It's super fun. I love it.
Thank you. Any other questions from our in-person public? Any questions on email on this one?
Nothing on email.
Okay, thank you so much for that update. We're going to go on to a discussion 7C regarding board policy. Here we get exciting. 5141.21, administering medication and monitoring health conditions. And for that, we have Mr. Eric Olson, Director of Student Services. Hello.
There we go. Good evening, Board President, members of the board, superintendent, assistant superintendents. This is a valuable piece of language that we need to add, I'm thinking, to our board policy around the opioid overdose that possibly might happen around our campuses. And it came out of a training from our CPR, and one of our teachers asked, and so we found out that our nurse was working on this. And so this policy revision would reflect additional language in regards to any person suffering or reasonably believed to be suffering from an opioid overdose. And that would allow us to administer Narcan to that person if we think we can do that. And any discussion on that is welcome.
Okay, thank you. And for anyone following along with the agenda with policies, anything in bold italics is what's changed if you're looking at the docket. Any questions or comments from board members?
I'll just comment, it's crazy it has to go to this. I mean, times have changed. But yeah, I mean, it's It's baffling. But it needs to be in there.
Anything else?
Not limited to students.
Correct. Correct, absolutely, yeah. All right. All right, I don't have any questions. As usual with board policies, we take one look at it as a discussion item, bring it back on a future agenda to consider adoption. So this is just for us to receive it and understand what's proposed. Do we have any, I think I've heard everything from the board. So do we have any questions or comments from the audience? Yeah, sorry, Mr. Dolmo.
Will there be training or who gets selected to be trained?
Yeah, in our board policy, our nurse can deliver that training.
All right, thank you. And Mr. Barrett, did you have your hand up? Oh, sorry about that. Okay, I saw general motion. Any other questions from the in-person audience on this? Yes.
Oh, that's a good question. I think high school, there may be some, but I'd have to look into that. Yeah. Our community may be looking at, if there's a homeless person that comes upon that we might have to work with, but I hope our staff or students aren't in that situation, but yeah.
Any other questions from our in-person audience? And any questions or comments by email? Nothing on email. Thank you for continuing to check. Okay. All right, then. Thank you, everyone. We'll move on to our next agenda item, item 7D. And thank you, Mr. Olson. Presentation regarding universal transitional kindergarten. And for that, we have Dr. Kiernan. Temperature? If you don't mind, we'll take a little pause, not a recess or anything, but maybe just to close the door. It's a little chilly. Whatever works for you. All right. Yes, thank you so much. We just had to get a little comfortable.
All right. Well, tonight's presentation is a brief overview of the universal TK-PK for all Californians. Yep. There we go. Mic closer. Okay, I'm reading the language over here, sign language. So first, there is a vision that California has for transitional kindergarten, and it's aspirational in nature, as all vision statements are, and it is to provide a strong early start to education, beginning with equitable access for all California children. And just to give it some context and background, in 2010, the Kindergarten Readiness Act was passed, which established what we now call transitional kindergarten. And it was designed to provide extra time and developmentally appropriate curriculum to prepare children for kindergarten. To date, there's still no mandated TK curriculum, unfortunately. Instruction for such programs was intended to align, though, with the California Preschool Learning Foundations and intended to be a 2-year program. Districts, however, have had the flexibility for classroom composition. So why universal TK, and why are we talking about this now? Simply, it is to ensure demarginalization and early education access to all students in our state. Sorry. So why TK and PK grades up to grade 3? And that was really just kind of built on the premise that you cannot introduce a program early on and not have a coherent continuum over time. Students, especially those who are marginalized, do not mitigate any learning gap in 1 year. They need 4 years of attention in order to ensure that that gap never exists. Sorry, I wish these were bifocals, and I hate to say that, but my age really does have it really is causing some problems with this. So how? Well, we engage communities across the state. That's what the governor did. And he asked about how to provide access to inclusive learning opportunities to address this longstanding early learning inequality. And really, this is all of our goal, to end inequality. The new law, AB 130, has provided great opportunities for all schools to meet this promise over a gradual age timeline. So this slide is a graphic representation of the state's timeline and includes eligibility and staffing. And I think it's a nice one-stop shop when you're looking at, year over year, what is the birth date range and what are the staffing ratios. So in short, the max class size is 24. And in 22-23, a 1 to 12 adult student ratio is what is mandated. And then in 23-24, a 1 to 10 ratio. TK and K days and minutes will remain the same, meaning equal. Teachers are both credentialed and have ECE units. And we talked about this a little bit last time. So there are some legal considerations. Simply TK must be offered, and it may or may not include students who turn 5 before December 2nd. And what that translates to is you can expand the age range, but you cannot limit the age range. Some of our budget implications really are an expanding budget expansion as the years roll out. And as the enrollment timeline is fulfilled, and that is in 25-26, the 25-26 school year, those expansion funds will be done. So what was our localized process? First, the district cabinet required an understanding of AB 130 and legal requirements. And we did at least 10 hours of training over the law itself and the implications thereof. We did engage in educational partner work group, and that was established in 2021, the end of 2021. This work group convened 2 times with varied voices and varied opinions. In short, we did not all agree. ADCO really was a place where we talked about mostly awareness and got feedback about each site's and site principals' beliefs about the sustainability at their site. And then we engaged in demographic and enrollment projection work. Finally, the decision process was made prior to the registration. And we have talked about the registration check-in at our FOSS meetings, and those FOSS meetings are with our school front office staff to let us know what parents are saying about their students entering the expanded TK program. And they are talking very favorably about the extended time that students have in order to participate in TK. We also had the opportunity in our SCA meeting to talk a little bit about the reasons why and the process. And so here we are really talking about why we made the decisions for TK to rest at each of our school sites across our district. So first, it was to ensure equity for every SUESD and community member. Students can begin their school journey at their neighborhood school. To ensure access to any and all services and service providers, including ELD, intervention, speech, OT, cost, 504, et cetera, so that students can begin to build a continuity of service at their neighborhood school. And to ensure the inclusion of families, siblings, and siblings so they can attend a shared school and shared social community experiences. And we understand that this is difficult. So to help address potential developmental considerations, and we have them, the school and the district shall decide how TK classes and schedules will be formed with this in mind. And each school is currently talking with their kindergarten teams about how to design those. That is my update.
Well, I'll ask everyone for questions, but I do have a question on that very last line, so I'm going to say it before I forget. To help address it, potential developmental considerations, you're talking about individual students' developmental needs, or you're talking about developing the program in general?
So each school site right now is engaging in conversations about schedules, age ranges, like if we have a TKK combination specifically, how would we choose which students would attend? You know, what kinds of information would we need to, know? Would it be on an age scale, a readiness scale, those kinds of things? Or would it look like staggering a school schedule so that TK, in case students might not have the same time in the class, but more of their own group time together? I know that's something that a number of the schools are talking about with their kindergarten teams. There is not one fit for all. It really is going to be school specific based on the students who are attending and the teachers who are teaching.
Okay, thank you. That answers my question.
For the, where it says that we can decide whether we're going to admit students to turn 5 after December 2nd, what have we decided?
Right now, I think what we're looking at is December 2nd being the date, but we do have a waiting list of students who are interested that fall outside of that. I think we're always trying to be cognizant of what that extra age is, right? So the farther out we go, the younger the student. And so right now we're just really looking at that first block of time.
Would it help make a full classroom if we included more of those students, or would it still not be enough to have a full TK?
I think it just depends. I think I can't speak completely. I don't have the list. But I think if we got to the point where it could potentially resolve some of those issues, we would look to see how many students we have on the waiting list.
Also have to consider it in the context of overall staffing of the school to the rest of the grade levels. So.
That's it.
Any questions? Phil?
So are we checking with, I guess, the census or the county to see what the birth rate is? Because right now, the full implementation year, those children are being born now.
Yeah, we actually looked at the birth rate data about 2 months ago. I think we had an SEA meeting where we talked about looking at those birth rates, and the birth rates looked really promising. That doesn't always translate to students registering in school.
Right, okay, yeah, that's all you can work with.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, and ECE, is that going to be a problem?
Well, I think that's a contextual question.
No one can be in the classroom unless they have 24 hours or something else. So on day one, do we have somebody that has 24 units?
You have to be registered for classes. We do have some teachers who don't want to force anyone to do anything. So we're hoping to bring in teachers who desire that.
So if I can connect you with somebody at Cabrillo to maybe create something that is quicker.
I would love anything that's quicker.
Yeah, okay. Well, it's okay to email directly.
Yes.
Any other
Do you
questions?
still have? I do. Okay.
Oh, I'm so sorry, but I just need to wrap up with the board and then I'm gonna bring it out. I promise. Okay.
I'm so
That's
sorry.
okay. I know I've been told I'm a rule follower, but I'm sorry if it's uncomfortable. I just wanted to check in and then wanted to just have a chance to weigh in myself since I always wait. Anything else from you guys? Okay. I was really excited when I saw this coming up in state politics and seeing that this was something the governor was advocating, universal pre-K, TK. I mean, the earlier we can educate students, the better. And I know for my own family, having the availability of TK for one of my kids was truly transformational, and being able to do it in this district was amazing. And we took it at the site where we could get it. It was awesome to have it, but how nice for families to have access at their neighborhood schools. That's really meaningful for folks. So I appreciate the presentation. I'm excited about where we're going with this. And with that, I'll stop talking and open it up to the public. So thank you for bearing with me. Ms. Domo, yes.
I just have a question about, I think it's awesome that we are looking at equity, providing chances for kids to receive earlier education. As a parent, my kid never has that birthday date. So, but anyways, that's great. My question is, now that we're opening this up, kids who will be on now an earlier track to have special needs services. I have a child who has an IEP and he has special needs. He was kicked out of a private preschool, and luckily we have an SUC up at the gardens where my kid would go. So what is our district plans to provide these services for our special needs kids who will now be on a track earlier now? And basically, because we are not serving all of our kids who currently who are in SUC SPED kids now, my kids' minutes are, I could say, are being met since IEP. So what are we going to do forthcoming?
It's a big question. I mean, you know, the easiest answer is not, you know, I mean, it's a prediction, right? The easiest answer is this is going to be a grade level at every school. And so the question that you asked was more confounding than that, right? It's, I mean, we want to be able to serve every student in every grade, and this will be a grade of students. You know, to you know what what you've talked about is your child not getting, you know, the minutes that they need right now. That is another issue, and that is another issue we need to address.
Yeah. I don't know whose hand went up first, but if one of you, and it's super helpful if you are able to come forward just a little bit.
They're both Kelly. So.
Sorry, I couldn't. Yes. Thank you. Sorry, couldn't see it from back there.
I'm currently the only TK teacher for our school district. And I guess my biggest question would be, we had a very quality, robust program at Opal Cliffs Elementary that fed into all the schools and was very developmentally appropriate for the district. And I know had it been given the opportunity to continue to develop, people would be coming into our district, flocking to our district for that quality program, which your child, I think, attended. So you know how wonderful it was. I guess my biggest question is why not focus on a quality TK program and building it up from the bottom before, and I agree 100% with getting it at all schools. That is the end goal. It should be a grade. But I just feel like in the district can go about quality before getting it out there. And the projections we have do show all the TK students being in a combo class with kindergartners. And my concern is the TK age is getting younger than to be put into a class with older kindergarten students. If we're talking about equity, I don't see it. That's not equitable for the TK students. They are our youngest and most impressionable students, and for them to be in a class with kindergarten students, hopefully not all would feel like failures, but I feel like it is an unattainable level to be putting students together at. So I just want my voice to be heard. TKers, as said before, our curriculum is preschool learning foundations, which is completely different than the kindergarten standard, which is all of a sudden common core standards. So my biggest question to the and request to the board is let's focus on quality here with our TK students, and we have it here in the district. And like other teachers here, because of
the salary and maybe not being heard, our beliefs, I'm also looking for another position outside the district, and I don't want to go. This is my home, but we had a quality TK program in a building that was built for TK that doesn't really be used right now. So the bathrooms are small, the structure is small, the rooms were built for that age group. And we delivered extremely quality care there. So I just want quality to be front and foremost. Thank you.
I didn't know if there was someone else on that side who had the hand. Did you also want to speak? Are you good?
I just want to say.
Yes.
I totally was on the same page of what she was thinking. Teaching a TKK, already, the TK got came up because I had to, mostly kinders, some TKs, I didn't even know what the curriculum was. It was like basically like they were part of kinder. So, they got it. And they're okay, right? I have them this year again. They're okay. You know, we made it, but it wasn't TK, which we're calling it TK. I want those kids to have that experience. And I have the units to teach it, but if I'm going to teach it, I want to teach TK. I don't want to teach TK kindergartners. So, you know, it's just so different. And I don't believe in it, so I don't want to teach TK. And you know, I would be successful and the kids would be successful. So I don't want to be a part of that. I want to be a part of quality, and quality means to separate TK. Okay. So if we have to build it up at 1 or 2 sites as classes, and then move it to 1 more site, something like that, quality, like you said, is most important for the kids. And to retain teachers, I think we need that also. But if it is what it is, because I don't feel like I'm heard, or the other teachers aren't heard, and haven't been in process, haven't been involved at all in, we know what we're teaching, we know what we're going to teach, but we haven't been involved in the decision. It leaves us at a place of, don't want to teach it. And who are you going to get to teach it? That's sad. Our kids need to do it. And then I guess the decision is if it's at other sites, I feel like it's gonna be, no, we don't have to say. Then instead increase funds, does that mean that we get a classroom that's built for TK? Because my classroom right now is not a TK classroom. The playground's not a TK classroom. The tables aren't, the bathrooms aren't. I don't even have a bathroom. It has to work, right? It has to be quality if it's gonna exist and we wanna pull students to it. If not, then they're like, oh, we did that and that was terrible. And not working tomorrow. You know, I think the year I had TKK, I got away with it. In the classroom. But if the funds are increasing because you have TK students, each site will be okay. Not safe. We have kindergarten falling off structure that I wanted lower already for kindergarten, and it hasn't been lowered. And now we're gonna put little TK kids out there that are even younger than I have on structures and classrooms that are not made. I completely love the idea today. I want it in our district. I love it at every site. Cool. But let's, like she said, quality instruction. And if you get quality teachers that want to teach.
Okay, thank you.
Kindergarten teacher now, but I was for 10 years. And back then we had quite an age range. you could have somebody who was still 4 when they came in pretty much, and somebody who was turning 6 or had turning 6 during the time of the year, during the school year. Another battle that we fought as kindergarten teachers was, we always would joke that we felt like afterthoughts, because people would just tack us on to first grade, or we'll just modify whatever first grade is doing, or just go to the first grade seminar. Kindergarten isn't first grade. Even I remember in, teachers college, they're experts at what they do. And I remember in the early days when they were still developing even the kindergarten curriculum, because we were part of Cookson 12 or 15 years ago in workshop, and they showed us a first grade video and said, well, how would you modify it for kindergarten? And I had to explain, well, first we would separate an entire lesson just to teach how to use a stapler, because they had, so kindergarten is not first grade. And I feel like TK is not kindergarten. They're 2 separate things. So I'm glad to hear that you're making efforts to think creatively about how to separate the 2 as much as possible. Whether it's staggering the day, or as was suggested, perhaps concentrating the programs. I don't mean to be critical, because I mean to critique, I guess, not to be critical, because I know everybody here is working hard. But I do feel like sometimes there's a perception with people who haven't worked in that age group that that they're just all the same. And a 4-year-old and a 6-year-old are worlds apart, and the curriculum that's appropriate for them is worlds apart. So I just wanted to put that out there and back up what my current TK and K colleagues are saying, that I think it needs to be separated as much as possible. We'll continue that.
Thank you. Thank you. I think we got all the in-person. I'm so sorry.
I'd like to add that the developmental learning needs of TK and kindergartners are vastly different. Obviously, that's based on experience and age. And so blending those 2 together does not meet the developmental needs of those kids in either pattern. It's not equitable. Thanks.
I'm kind of also trying to brainstorm here, hearing more comments from the public, but if we have 2 full classrooms worth, would it be possible to move back to Opal Cliffs even temporarily for a year, since it's a 1-year program? Just maybe think about as it expands, and then when we have fuller classrooms as we're expanding the age range. I mean, just something to consider. I mean, if it was more than 2 classrooms worth, then perhaps that wouldn't be possible. I'm not sure, but if it is 2 classrooms worth, then it seems like we could be nimble and just kind of plan 1 year at a time and see what the numbers are.
Right now, we have more than 2 classrooms worth, so that's makes it a little bit more difficult.
And each year it'll grow. So after the first year, you'll outgrow that site.
I mean, it could also be done at the sites themselves, but maybe one school may not have a TK. I'm not sure, but obviously that'll be more problematic than if it was at Opal Cliffs, because we know families were okay going to a different school that was specifically for that. Going to a different school that is a full school, it seems a little bit harder, because then they're like, well, do we stay at this school or do we go back to our home school? So more questions are raised for sure, but I think it would be worth exploring all options and saying, I don't know, I don't have an answer. But.
We've got lots. We'll keep going with public comments. I just do want to be mindful of time and going on. I see. I think I saw your hand in the back there, Kelly. If you wanted to just add something.
I don't have them handy right now. We can get that.
And then you had.
I was going to ask the same.
Okay.
So I was curious to know how many kids fit in one of those classrooms, because you have 2 right now. And then what was your overage? And then the second question would be, when you have a birth rate, how many of those actually would use that program versus or not? So whether you're full or not, we don't know. Right?
Well, we know birth rate. I mean, that's something that anyone can tell. We know the birth rate is higher than our registration right now.
Yeah.
And it's April, I mean, well, it's May. But, you know, I think that's something that I don't think we could know. We never know how many kindergartners even we're gonna get in the registration because it's not a compulsory
Right.
year.
Yeah.
So that's difficult.
So, I mean,
Oh, hi there.
Why exactly did you decide to move the TK program to then distribute students to their homeschool? Like, what was the reason behind that? Oh, yeah, so I'm just curious, like, why the whole like, why was that decided? It was purposeful, it was designed.
Yeah, I mean, I could add to it, but
Yeah, please add to it. And so it's a really good question. This was pre-COVID. The district did some looking into a need for an alternative education program. There was a historical record of losing several students, inter-district transfers out to other districts. You know, for a program from what similar to what Opal Cliffs has become, which is now a home-based learning model. There's a program in Live Oak, there's a similar program in city schools, and of course, in an era of declining enrollment, looking at recouping any students from transferring out of the district and having similar programs, competitive programs to offer is critical. And so again, now pre-COVID, the idea was to have what's become the home-based learning model. But in most of these programs and in the vision of Opal Cliffs, ultimately, is to have, in addition to the home-based model, to have in-person learning opportunities. Not like a traditional school setting, but opportunities where they can come in for enrichment and still have pro-social activities at school. And so being able to have that housed at Opal Cliffs and have our alternative ed program there so that we're competitive, especially first and foremost, offering it to our families. We have some amazing families there. There was one in the newspaper article who's a professional skier, started skiing when they were 2 years old and practices a lot and does a lot of training and such. And previously we had to turn those kind of families away. We had to say, we don't have that kind of program. We have great comprehensive school sites, but we don't have that kind of program. No longer do we have to turn those families away in our community. So it's best to serve families. And it's also better to be competitive in a market of declining enrollment to offer competitive programs. In addition to that, another major factor was always looking to bolster enrollment at Santa Cruz Gardens. And so, and the school was declining in enrollment. And although it could be argued that it might be a somewhat artificial measure since most of those students are there 1 year. And again, this was before this universal TK and pre-K program came along. That was the idea, to help move the program up there so that it was a win-win. Bolster the enrollment at Santa Cruz Gardens as that school was declining, because we believe in that school and want to have it sustained. So we're always looking for ways to bolster enrollment. And then in addition, create an alternative ed school, which our district was sorely lacking at Opal Cliffs.
the planning is, many of the families that we currently have are students that travel or are fearful of COVID. And so being in a pro-social environment right now has been difficult to convince families of, but the goal is to have what the superintendent talked about, and that is project-based learning. And those plans are already in place. And the teachers who were aligned to teach Opal Cliffs did the project-based learning training last year for that purpose.
Okay, we've got, sure. Who's next?
Is there a reason that this Opal Cliffs program can't be at any any other school site, say New Brighton, or a place that's based in a different district, so that Opelfest can be reopened for the TP purpose it's designed for?
Well, with the new universal TK, we won't be able to fit it there.
Yes.
So I just want to be very clear that
I can't hear.
The Opelfest school was a satellite school of Santa Cruz Gardens, so the numbers of Opelfest were always involved in Santa Cruz Gardens numbers, and I wanted to second over here what he said, that, right, if it's for enrichment purposes, the home-based program, it would be much more beneficial for those students to be on the actual elementary school campus, because then they could fill into other enrichment activities. And then
Well, I think I'll just try to address the enrichment. It's not enrichment. Project-based learning is actually curriculum. Kind of like what Mr. Boyce was talking about tonight. So it's not a standalone art or music program.
Yeah, and I probably shouldn't have used the word enrichment, but in bringing students there for opportunities for in-person learning.
I was just curious how many students are currently enrolled in the alternate program?
It's fluctuated between last year and this year. We've been up to 48 and are currently resting probably around less than 20. Parents are feeling more comfortable with students returning to school in different ways. But we're also tapping into a different kind of enrollment type right now, since we have some competitive sports students attending. We've had a few neighboring districts ask if we can enroll their students in our program, because it does fit a niche of students in our community and beyond our community.
Yes. Thank you.
philosophical thing that I want to say, which is that I don't like when we disagree either. Jessica mentioned that the skating the other day. I feel the tension when one side of the room feels one way, the other one feels the other way. And I guess what I would want all of us to be open to possibility is flexibility, and really that, like, to really step into, like, okay, we headed down one road really strongly with vision, and all the while we kept the windows open and the possibilities that we can humbly change direction. And I would ask that for all of us, to just really know that we don't have to dig into one way that we thought we understood, that everyone can always get new information and kind of change the path. And I just hope that in all issues in our district, that we continue to keep that kind of eyes, ears, and hearts wide open, and not continuing to be like, this is our side, and it's your side, and we agree to disagree. I hope that we can be fluid on all.
Thank you. I'd like to check and see if we have any email comments on this one.
Nothing on email.
Okay, thank you everyone for all of the comments. It's a meaningful discussion. Next is an action item related. So it's a policy that we heard at our last meeting. So this is item 8A, to consider approval of board policy 6170.1, transitional kindergarten.
Okay, I will continue with the popular topic.
Thank you.
And this really doesn't, this policy is a second read for approval, and it really doesn't speak to TKK or location of students. It just speaks to the new law and the legal applications for a board in terms of your obligations.
Yeah, as you mentioned, we did discuss this last time, and it is a policy reminding us, as you said, of our legal obligations. Do we have any questions or comments from the board?
No, good.
Okay. Questions or comments from the public on the policy? Thank you. Anything on email on this one?
Nothing on email.
Okay. All right. Do I have a motion to approve board policy 6170.1?
I'll make the motion.
Do I have a second?
One second.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, move on to item 8B, consider approval of the SUESD and the CSEA's side letter of agreement for the Juneteenth holiday.
Yeah, oops. A little closer because I know George will get after me. Good evening, board. I would like to bring this action item forward. Through our work with CSEA and negotiations, we were able to come to an agreement on a particular side letter in regards to Juneteenth, an additional holiday for 12-month staff. Well, it primarily affects, I shouldn't say that, for classified staff. It primarily affects 12-month staff because they do work through the month of June, where our 10 and 11 month do not. I think for the audience, if they don't have access to the full docket, I'd like to read the background if that's okay. On June 18th, 2021, the President of the United States of America signed a proclamation recognizing June 19th or Juneteenth as a federal holiday in recognition of the day on which the enslaved Americans in Galveston, Texas finally received word that they were free from bondage. Juneteenth is the oldest nationally celebrated commemoration of the ending of slavery in the United States. The holiday commemorates, pardon me, I'm so sorry, can't get that word out, commemorates June 19th, 1865, when the news of the legal abolition of slavery came to Texas more than 2 years after President Abraham Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation went into effect on January 1st, 1883. The news that slavery had been abolished by the federal government kicked off widespread celebrations among Black communities across the state. Juneteenth is an occasion for all Americans, regardless of race, religion, or country of origin, to reflect upon the legacy of slavery, explore their humanity, and consider the challenge of true racial equity in a nation whose history includes trafficking and enslavement of over 10.7 million Africans. So it's with great pleasure I bring this side letter to the board to sign that we can recognize this as a holiday within our district as it is nationally recognized.
Thank you, Michelle. Any questions from the board on this?
I have a comment. In the future, when we have signatures, can we get a printed name?
Yes,
Thanks.
sorry.
Thank you for taking the time to read the background. I think it's really
Yeah.
helpful. I actually had a robust discussion of what Juneteenth was in my own family recently. Something one of my kids learned at school, and too many of us don't know the background. So I appreciate you taking the time, and I'm glad that we have this side letter of agreement. So thank you. And if we don't have any other questions or comments from the board, I'll bring it out to the audience as I do to see if anyone has questions or comments. Yes.
Just really quick, I think this is a great idea. Definitely, I'm in favor of it. Quick question would be, I assume that this would be a day off from summer school and ESY. Am I correct in that? Okay. just making
Well,
sure.
let me clarify on that.
Okay.
It will be a paid holiday for those working ESY or summer school. However, it's not, Juneteenth this year does not actually fall on a work day.
Oh, okay.
You know, but it's
Should've
kind of
looked
like
at
a
calendar.
4th of July that doesn't fall on a work day. That's how this would be considered, but it is, yes,
Got it.
considered part of that.
Cool. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, of course, Mr. Dolmo.
Just want to clarify, this takes effect last summer, correct?
As part of the side letter agreement, yes, for
Okay,
those that
so
were
the-
impacted by that last year.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments or questions on email?
Nothing on email.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the side letter for Juneteenth holiday?
I'll make the motion.
Okay,
I'll second it.
all right. We got a first and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. All right. All right. On to item 8C, consider adopting a resolution in recognition of Mental Health Awareness Month.
Thank you, President. So for so many reasons, mental health awareness is critically important in all aspects of society. This includes school for so many reasons, since we have an impact on the youth of our community. Never hasn't been more important than coming out of the effects of the pandemic and making sure that we support students with mental health supports. We have great quality mental health providers in our district, and also removing the stigma from mental health. So it is in that vein that I asked the board to consider approving, adopting this resolution on Mental Health Awareness Month.
Nope, critical importance, absolutely.
Yeah.
Agree. And thank you for bringing it forward. Any questions from the audience on this resolution?
Question. So does our EAP, it's an employee assistance program, does that fund some of this help?
Well, the EAP is available to all of our employees this month and all months.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right, just double checking anything from the audience in person. Yes, sir.
I want to say thank you for taking this seriously, and making a matter of importance, consistently voting yes on that.
Anyone else? Okay, thank you. Anything on email?
Nothing on email.
Okay, we'll keep trying. So this is a resolution. Do I have a motion to adopt the resolution?
I'll make the motion.
All right, do I have a second? Bill seconds, okay. So Linda, when you're ready, we will take a roll call vote.
Trustee Friedman.
Aye.
Trustee Donnelly.
Aye.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Aye.
Trustee Jackson Miller.
Aye. Thank you very much. Okay, that concludes the regular portion of our meeting. We're moving on to the interviews for our provisional board member candidates. Or do you want to take anybody need to take a couple of minutes as we set up?
It'd be good for a couple minutes, Linda, can
Yeah,
get them all set
okay.
up so you can slide right into it then.
Okay, so why don't we take a brief recess, just so people have a chance to stretch, get comfortable, and then we will reconvene and begin the interview process. And thank you all for, I know it's late, so thank you all. Yeah. In front of the restroom. Yeah. Sorry. Are you cold too? Huh? I have a blanket. All right. Thank you for anyone following along on our very popular YouTube channel. We're back from recess. We just needed to take a little stretch break and get our candidates set up at the tables with their interview questions. So we do have a vacancy on the board. We're pleased to have 4 candidates here interviewing for this provisional appointment. Thank you again. I know we are starting this off a little late in the evening, so we appreciate you all bearing with us, and the candidates have the questions in front of them. The board members will take turns reading the questions to the candidates, and we'll go through and ask the questions and then come to a discussion process. So this, for anyone who wasn't aware, the whole thing happens in public. Again, it's unusual in many life circumstances to have an interview in public. Several of us have been through the process, and we really appreciate you stepping up. We will go ahead and begin. Well, first, I'll just quickly just introduce each one of you by name, but nothing to say. Just want to acknowledge we have candidate number 1, from this order going forward: Robert Dickinson, Callista Edmondson, Richard Laird, and Alyssa Maizano. So again, thank you all for being here. Question number 1, I'll start. And our first candidate to answer this question will be Robert Dickinson. And the question is it's a statement. Please provide us with brief background information about yourself and tell us what led you to apply for this position.
Hi, first of all, thank you very much for the opportunity. I appreciate the job that all of you do. I know for the most part, it's thankless. It certainly doesn't pay anything. Thank you also to the teacher unions for taking the time to interview me and speak with me the other day. I found it informative and a terrific experience. My name is Robert Dickinson. I'm a father. I live here in the district. I have 2 boys that have run all the way through Main Street, all the way through New Brighton. I am a Hearst Inclusion Ambassador for the company that I work for. I'm a Rotarian in good standing. Through my Rotary service, I am on the scholarship committee, and I work with many different boards as a Rotarian, including the Boys and Girls Club and the United Way. Here at New Brighton Middle School, I'm on the school site council. I'm also a member at large of the Home and School Club. I was also the Washington, D.C. and New York chaperone for the recent trip along with Amy, and we had a terrific time. I'm a businessman. I handle personally a $6 million budget, comprehensively a $15 million budget. I am the ex-husband of a teacher at New Brighton who I still adore, and adore the job that she does for all of the kids and the relationship she's made with the teachers here at New Brighton. Like I said, I'm a dad of 2 boys that have gone through the whole gamut. One is now in 6th grade with an IEP, so I certainly relate to those kind of kids and what is happening in our schools and the importance of mental health and diversity and inclusion and equity. And I'm also a cancer survivor. It's very nice to meet all of you.
Thank you. All right, I'll ask the same question. And I hope it's okay if I refer to you by your first names, but second candidate, Callista Edmondson. But Callista, the question is, please provide us with brief background information about yourself and tell us what led you to apply for this position.
So I'm Callista Edmondson, and was born in Santa Cruz, and I'm actually a graduate of SoCal Elementary. I went to Berkeley, the University of California at Berkeley. I'm an honor student. I have a teaching credential from Notre Dame. I was a teacher for 11 years, and I loved that job as an English teacher. I have making a transition to my writing, which is also a hobby that I have. I have 2 children in the district, a 1st grader and a 5th grader. I'm very involved in my kids' life. We go to the karate dojo down in SoCal. We do Capitola SoCal Little League Baseball. I'm the team parent. My daughter does roller derby. We're very involved in the community in that way. I volunteer in the classroom. I've driven the 5th graders to all their field trips. I love our community. I love our schools. I'm a product of our schools. So being on the board would really be an honor to give back to my community. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and same question to Richard Laird. Please provide us with brief background information about yourself and tell us what led you to apply for this position.
I have to say, I'm pretty impressed with those two over there. Those responses are amazingly good. Hi, I'm Richard Laird. I live in Soquel, not far from Main Street. I've lived here about 10 years. You know, really what brought me here more than anything was just a heart to be a servant. If you asked my wife or my family or my pastor in my church or anyone involved in me with my work, they would have one word for me and say, he's a servant. So that's why I'm here. Having a heart and being a servant is what I do in my life now. Whatever I'm involved with, it's about serving people. And that's why I'm here. I don't have kids in the district, but I just love kids. And I want to do everything in my power to do my very best to support them and making sure that I can make a difference in their lives. Otherwise, I don't want to be part of it. So I'm really here to offer me and to be the servant that I think it's required to step into this role and be all that I can be and be with you guys to do this. So I have two daughters that grew up, went to Harbor High and graduated in the last 3-4 years. They're in college and doing great. And so I have more time. But I think the thing to remember about me, like I said, is as the heart of a servant. That's my life. That's my heart. That's why I'm here. And I just appreciate the opportunity to speak with you about that. Thank you.
All right. Same question for Alyssa Maisano. I'll read it again. Please provide us with brief background information about yourself and tell us what led you to apply for this position.
Yes, of course. So my name is Alyssa Maisano. I am also a product of the school district. I attended Main Street in the first few years that it was built before attending New Brighton Middle School and then graduating from Soquel High. I knew early on that I wanted to work in schools and eventually figured out that was in the capacity of a school psychologist. I find that really enriching and I feel really grateful to get to do something every day that I really love and believe in, and alongside really great educators. I applied for this position because I really want to be an agent for positive and productive growth in the community. In this line, I also have a nonprofit called Cakes with Care. In that capacity, as president of that organization, we bake and provide cakes for foster children, elderly and senior communities, and neglected populations that otherwise might not be celebrated. And I believe everyone deserves to be celebrated. I wholeheartedly believe in public education. And so for that reason, I would love to be a positive agent for change and continue to give back to my community.
Okay, ready to go with the second.
On to question 2.
Okay. Describe your connection with involvement. Wait, describe your connection with an involvement in the community, specifically the community within our school district boundaries. So we just go in the same order. Okay.
Sure. Well, as I kind of mentioned, I'm invested. I have a stake. I have skin in the game. I have 2 children that have gone through Main Street, one more 6th and 8th grade at New Brighton Middle School. I already volunteer my time at the Home and School Club. I already volunteer my time for the school site council. I try to come to the school when it's bike to school day and hand out milk, water, bananas, muffins. I just couldn't think of a more important role for myself than this one, and trying to help be a part of the future and the present here at the school and the school district. I think it's vitally important. I see dwindling numbers at school. I see people leaving. I see teachers leaving. I see teachers, unhappy and willing to come to a board meeting and share their deepest, darkest fears with all of us because of the situation that we're experiencing right now. And it's heartbreaking. And I feel like I can do something about it.
Thank you. You want me to repeat the question?
No, it's fine. A bit of a repeat, but my connection and involvement in the community, it really does come through my kids. And I think in that way, I'm kind of the classic parent of the district where we do karate and baseball. I'm the team parent. It's wonderful to connect with kids outside of school. That's really special to grow relationships. My daughter's also a Girl Scout, so I help out with the troop there. She also does derby. And just being a good neighbor, for example, in our neighborhood, I live near Main Street. We noticed that there was trash by the river. So we gathered some neighborhood friends and went down to the river and cleaned up, things like that. Thank you.
Great. All right, Richard.
Hi, it's still me. My girls are out of school and off to college, and so I have more time. But the way I spend my time these days, as far as the community, is I'm a deacon in my local church. So I support my church members, and I'm involved in weekly ministry and things. And again, because I'm a servant, I'm there because I love them. I want to take care of them. And be there for them just as I would in anything that I do in the work that I do and what I put my heart into. So it's that's really the answer. It's local church, and thank you.
Melissa, you want me to reread the question?
Okay, thank you though.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yes,
we do.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah.
Okay, wow, what a great memory.
No, it's
No,
not.
I was just overdoing it by rereading it every time.
Oh,
I
okay.
have some great visual accommodations. So I think that I am privileged to be in a really unique position as a former employee of the district. I absolutely understand the inner workings of the district from all the different angles. I feel like I truly know the heart of the community, as I consider them all colleagues, and of course, many of them friends. I'm also in the unique position that I know our students. I've worked with, in my capacity as school psychologist, I worked with students preschool all the way to 8th grade throughout my tenure here. So I've been in the homes of our preschoolers doing transition meetings. I've been in the homes of families working through traumatic events with them, and I've been in IEP meetings with many of the other ones. I also have been, I've worked at all the different school sites in the district, and I've spent meaningful time in all of the classrooms. I know our teachers, I know their work, I know the constitutions of what a productive and enabled classroom looks like. And that's been a really great experience for me. Just to sum it up, I know the district as a staff member, as a family member. I have nieces and nephews that I hold near and dear to my heart that are in our current 5th grader, a 7th grader, and an 8th grader in general education as well as special education. So I have the privilege of really knowing all sides of the educational, and then I have the privilege of having many of the kiddos in my life as friends. So, picking up, dropping off kids. I have a really comprehensive perspective of the district that I prize and that I think could contribute.
Okay, I'm up next, so let's reverse the order. So we'll start with you. Is that okay? Alyssa?
Yeah, of course.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Question number 3. What would be your goals as a school board member?
My overall goal is to collaborate effectively and efficiently. I really believe in collaboration. I think that there's very few issues that we can't come to terms with. I do this within the context of my job and IEP meetings. And I really think that it's possible to do that in a respectful, productive way. And so that is how I would like, that those are what my goals are, to create positive, productive change effectively and efficiently.
Richard?
Hi. This is really an important question for me, and I've given a lot of thought. I came to your guys' meeting about 3 weeks ago, and I sat in the room and I watched you guys study this book and really kind of put your heart into it and making this really kind of a great framework or an idea about how you want to govern going forward. So I've spent a fair amount of time looking at really the important components of this governance core and thinking about it in terms of what it means for this district. And so the things that really come to mind for me from a strategy point of view is really thinking about how we can raise the educational standards, number one. How do we do that? Number two, how do we work in improving and finding innovative ways to increase learning? And one thing that I've been doing in the last 25 years is really working with Fortune 100 companies and driving strategy and planning and operational planning. So I've been able to really get a very good handle on how to create strategy, how to implement it, how to see operational improvements. And I can take that type of skill set and bring it into this board. I honestly don't have all the awesome things that these young folks do, and I'm really impressed with them. But I bring a unique or different set of skills that I think you could use around strategy and planning and innovation, and using that to drive more long-term strategy and planning. So, the ideas around system thinking, the idea of really looking top down and looking into the district and looking at all the system parts is critically important. And I have that type of vision. Looking at the strategic approach and looking how you set strategy is really important. Looking at deep learning and getting really involved in what you understand about what the district needs, what students needs, and then conducting yourself with manner is, I think, the four really important components of this book that I embrace, that I'll learn more about, and I will put into practice. So thank you.
Okay. Kalista.
My goal as a school board member would really be to listen to my community, the teachers that we have, the wonderful teachers, the parents, and I'm good at researching. So I feel like through discussion, through looking at our options, we can come to workable solutions. So I think that my number one goal would really be to listen to our community.
Okay. And Robert.
It's a great question. I mean, I think that using my strengths and skills to listen, negotiate, persuade, and then support my fellow board members is going to be my overall goal. I think that having poise and character in the face of everything that's going on right now, like y'all do up there, every board meeting that I've seen, and you all come to the table and find common ground somehow, and then support each other with that decision. And that's something that I've experienced with, and something that I respect, especially with all the craziness that's going on right now.
Thank you, all of you.
Okay, so I'll start with Robert again, and we'll go this way. What particular interests or skills would you bring to the board? For example, public relations, budget, negotiations, evaluation, long-range planning, facilities, etc.
I'm lucky to have a pretty extensive skill set when it comes to a lot of these different topics. I manage a team of over 50 individuals. I have public relations, advertising experience. I've worked for a $12 billion corporation for the last 15 years. I've been involved in the budget process. I've been involved in forecasting. I've been involved with communicating with other people and making sure that their voices are heard and not dismissed. I have experience working with different socioeconomic backgrounds and being able to have empathy and find common ground with a lot of those people, and being able to represent their viewpoints, whether it's the same or different than my own. And I believe that being a father in this school district and looking at the strategy that we have moving forward for not just my kids, but the next generation of kids is what's truly important. I don't believe we should be looking at the next 5 minutes. I believe we should be strategizing for the next 5 years and 10 years down the line. And I think that's of paramount importance.
Thank you. Calista?
Interest in some skills that I have. I'm a creative thinker. I have a lot of empathy and flexibility, learning from other people and listening. And I think those qualities help me to work with other people and join our community, bring together maybe disparate ideas or kind of solutions forward.
Thank you. Richard?
Hi, just getting back to skills that I can bring to bear, like where I was talking about strategy and planning. I've been in technology sales for about 25 years. I've had the opportunity to work with a lot of Fortune 100 companies. So I have an extremely good feel for where technology is today and where it's going to be going and what the impact of that is going to be on the children. It's also given me an understanding of what's coming from a geopolitical point of view. There's going to be a significant amount of change coming down in a lot of ways that I'm pretty well up to speed with. It concerns me. And I'm thinking about ways to combat that in the context of the school districts. These kids need to be aware of what's coming. They need to know, we need to help them be aware and help them get those particular skills going. So I just bring that kind of visibility that I think will be important, that may not be on the board right now, to say, hey, here's what's coming down the road. Let's just make you aware of these things. Let's think of ways together as a team that we can prepare the children for truly what's coming down the pike. So thank you.
Thank you. Alyssa?
Yeah, and feeling so deeply about the community and the benefit to students and the educators, because ultimately when educators are, when the needs of educators are met, the needs of our students are met. And that's what we all want. So in that spirit, I participated in the district's negotiations team when I worked here as an employee, and I gained a lot of valuable insight and experience in that dimension and in working with many of the people that are already here in this room. Along with that, I'm a planner and organizer in my nonprofit, as well as in my job in an IEP meeting. We're discussing the most important thing in the world, people's children. And so in those meetings, it's often, there's a lot of feelings, there's a lot of strong opinions, and they can be contentious. And so I've been able to collaborate with staff and families in order to reach agreements to meet the students' needs. And I think that I could contribute all of those skills in this capacity as well.
Thank you.
Back to me, and I guess I'll continue the going in back in the reverse order, right? So we start with Alyssa. Start in the middle. I can't. It's after. Didn't we have a rule about even being after 9? So
No, it's 10
we're-
o'clock.
Okay, well, I'm sorry.
When it's 10.
Question 5. And Alyssa, I will start with you if that's okay. Thank you. Our district has embraced the concept of educational equity for all students. What does equity mean to you, and how is it different than equality?
Well, I am in love with this question. I think that it's paramount. I'm going to draw back to my special education experiences. This is really the heart of special education and inclusion. This gets to not everyone getting the same thing, but everybody getting what they need in order to be successful. I think that is one of the highest responsibilities as educators, to make sure that students are getting what they need to be successful. Essentially, what it means to me is equal access and making sure that we're taking into account barriers that exist for our students, and making sure that we remove those to make them truly available for learning.
All right, same question for Richard.
Thank you. What it just boils down to me is every student has an equal right to come in here and get the best education that they can. And as a board member, I want to ensure that everyone's getting what they need at all levels. And I understand that different students come in with different needs, and we just need to do our best to make sure that everyone gets what they need, and regardless. So I just feel it's important, it's critical. I think you guys are already well versed in working on these things, so I probably had some things to learn from you on that as well.
Thank you. Elisa.
So equity means to me, or it's different than equality, helping meet people where they're at and growing with their potential. Something that amazes me that I tell my children, and when I was a teacher, I would tell my students, is that our brains all work different. We have different strengths. And really it's about finding where you're at and then growing from there. And that for me feels really inspiring. And then all of a sudden, everybody has movement, everybody has value. And that's really where my heart is. Thank you.
Thank you. Robert.
Yeah, this is a core question. This is really at the heart, I think, of what a lot of the teachers and a lot of what the board struggle with quite a bit, not to mention the kids. And inclusivity, equal access, language, socio and economic. Some people, talk about barriers or obstructions, and these are opportunities for us to help our children grow, celebrate the diversity in our small little part of the world right here, make everybody feel like this is their home and this is their community. No matter their background or what they think or how they feel, it's important that they understand that their voice matters. And whether it's equality or equity, it's all about making them feel heard and valued. And it's terribly important.
Thank you so much.
All right. Well, I get the long ones. My warm up line for- Okay, as board members, we are frequently involved in goal setting, establishing policy, building partnership, allocating limit resources to achieve our goals, and measuring the results of our performance. Please describe any prior experience you had in these areas. And let's start with Richard.
Thanks. Like I've said, I've been in technology sales and consulting for 25 years. I just not a day I don't go by. We're not sitting in meetings with executives and talking about their current state, where they're going, what their vision is, how they're going to get there, what drives their business, what's going to drive better customer outcomes. In the context of for this district, I think I can bring a more business-like thought about this, about how you really set great strategy and planning. What does it really mean? How do you measure it? I've been at it for so long, it's just kind of like the back of my hand. I know what to do. And I think that's the unique set that I bring here. Thank you.
Okay, Alyssa.
Yeah, so I am trained and practiced in this subject. IEP goals are exactly what this is. And so like I said, I've had the opportunity to be well-trained in goal setting and working with professionals that have further educated me in goal setting and tracking those goals. And ultimately, I am just really well-versed in making database decisions.
You said database decisions, right?
Yes.
Sorry, there's a sound.
And I think it's the best way to operate.
And I'm gonna go with Calista.
Looking at this list, it's everything a teacher does. So I was looking at this list, it's everything a teacher does. So I was a teacher for 11 years, and goal setting, policy, partnerships, using limited resources, measuring results. I mean, that's everything we do in the classroom. Working with all sorts of students with IEPs, EL students, 504s, collaborating with parents. So this is right in my wheelhouse.
I love hearing Clarissa's answer. I mean, that's absolutely right on the money, especially, I mean, these things are so broad and encompassing, whether you're talking, B2B or just with people, or with students, set a goal, plan, execute, and evaluate. There's lots of different ways to go about it. And I think it sounds like everybody up here has a terrific skill set when it comes to this. It's all about getting the right goal and having the right collaboration and the right communication with the board members, and making sure that everybody's voice is heard and you all set a goal together and make it something that you can all support and talk about and make sure that you're all on board.
Okay, I'm up next.
Oh, you're next. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Ooh.
No, you're right.
Question number 7, if you're following. What do you believe are the hot topics facing school district? And briefly state any position you hold on these topics. We'll start with you.
Wow, give me the tough one, huh? I love it. I love it. Yeah, well, I mean, the elephant in the room is teacher salaries, being competitive, professionally competitive with other districts, and especially considering our incredibly high cost of living here where we live. My position on it is, of course, I believe the teachers should get paid more. Who doesn't? I believe firmly that all of you feel the exact same way. I don't think any of us have a different viewpoint. I think how we go about it might be a little different in terms of what we think is important, whether we rely on a parcel tax, whether we have the ability to persuade the public to pay more tax dollars to help pay our teachers who, of course, deserve every single penny. I think it also has to do with looking at the budget long and hard. I really appreciated it, and I wish I could remember, I think it was Josh that came up here with, one line item about, books and fees and things like that. And I think taking a look intrinsically at what those line items are and being able to find different avenues in different areas where we can find, because it's out there. I believe that. I believe that we just have to set our goals, kind of goes to the last question, set our goal, create a plan, execute it, and then see how we do. It's just a matter of getting the job done.
Okay, you're up next.
I love that this is a question that, like we heard tonight, just the openness of being able to talk about things, I think is wonderful. I agree with Robert. I think the teacher salary is a big thing that definitely a hot topic. Another topic I think is increasing enrollment. I think that's something that should be looked at. I love the programs that we're starting to implement. I think they're highly attractive to people in our community. The dual immersion, the TK, and I'm excited to see how we can make that the highest quality that it can be. Thanks.
What's been on my heart and my mind has been just how the children are doing, since COVID, what's been the impact on them? And it's been on my mind and my heart, and want to know how they're doing. Because I know it's had a real impact on them. And I think that would be something I'd really want to get a handle on, is really how are they doing? And what can we do to make sure they're doing okay and doing better? On the topic of the budgeting, and I was at the last meeting where I was thinking about creative ways to address the fact that there needs to be more money in the budget. And I was thinking creative ways like how we could go and look into things like corporate grants or other creative fundraisers where we could raise more money maybe. And that would be something that would be top of mind for me to look into as a board member. So
yeah, I think that everyone has adeptly covered some of the most substantial topics in education right now. Those including introducing new programs, retaining students, and retaining teachers. For me, something of utmost importance is retaining our teachers. I mean, specifically with this group, I personally know how I hold them in high regards, and I know how much our students benefit from having them. But just as an overall picture, retaining our students is the best way to maintain health for the district. They're the history keepers. They know our families. They know how to support our families. They know how to teach our students. And I think that, you know, without the teachers, there is no district. So that is the issue that is of utmost importance to me.
Thank you.
Now it's my turn. Okay. So our district extends from the foothills of Old San Jose Road to the ocean and from Dominican Hospital to Cabrillo College and serves kids from pre-K to 8th grade. How will you serve all children in all schools in the district?
Let's start with Calista.
So I think the best way to serve all children is to stay connected to our community. For example, that Sage Garden, wow, that was just amazing. And hearing the teacher talk and the students' presentation. But as a board member, I would be wanting to go to these events to really connect with people and see who our district is, who our kids are and our families.
Thank you. Robert?
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think getting out there and boots on the ground and visiting these different schools, visiting with different parents, whether it's different forums. I know this is just one board meeting we have every couple of weeks, but I certainly believe that with the popularity of Zoom and video conferencing, there's lots of different ways that we can communicate with other teachers and other parents and things like that. Not just through the usual, I have boys in sports, so I'm constantly going to other districts and other schools, and you know, I meet parents in the stands and I talk to them quite a bit. We're all friends. It's just communication and collaboration and finding a way to be present with them and talk to them.
Thank you. Richard?
Yes, I was thinking about the governance code. It really just begins from the heart in the idea of, the moral imperative and making sure that our students get everything that they need. It just occurred to me as someone coming in new, one thing that I would want to do or think about is just to kind of look at it from a high level systems thinking point of view from a 30,000 foot level and just say, how are things operating? Looking at things, what I call SWOT analysis, what are the strengths of this district? What are the weaknesses of this district? What are the opportunities for this district? And what are the things that we could do to improve? So these are the things that are on my mind, and you kind of have to have that 30,000 foot view to kind of look down and decide how are things looking and making the best overall decisions that for the district that are going to ripple through and make the best positive change throughout all the systems, throughout all the districts. So this is kind of my thinking on it, is just to take a fresh look and do some analysis, again, strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and even threats. What's threatening us right now and how can we address these things? So again, the basis for this is really that shared moral imperative that we as a board would have. And I know I've not talked about this, but I love working with people. I'm a team player. I'm going to give you my best, but I expect the same as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Alyssa?
Yeah, so I have had the opportunity to serve the students in the district. I've had the opportunity to learn from the special education students and also the general education students as serving on SST teams, COS teams, MTSS teams. And so I feel like I have a great foundation for how to serve the needs of the students. I will continue to find those opportunities to truly know what the community needs and wants from us.
Thank you.
All right. How would you handle a situation in which you might find yourself in the minority of a board vote on an issue or a policy that you feel particularly passionate about? And I will start with Robert.
Well, I would educate, persuade, and support. To make it very, very simple, I would do my best to educate you on my point of view, I would then do my best to persuade you to my point of view. And whether I was right or wrong, or whether you guys agreed or disagreed, whatever the board came up with, I would support 100%.
Thank you. Kalista?
I feel like if I was in this situation, I would definitely discuss. I feel like that's where we get the chance to share ideas and hear each other. I would also clear away my thoughts and hear your point of view, because I think when we hear each other, we get a more rounded point of view, and then we actually get better solutions when we can work together like that. And then I do feel like we follow these rules for a purpose. And once we vote, if I am in the minority, then it is my job to accept that that was the vote and I'm part of the team. And this is our decision as a group.
Thank you. Richard?
Hi, just my thoughts on this are the idea around deep learning that's called out in the governance book. It's really this idea that you go and you really learn about things and you get a deep understanding of things. So when the topic comes up and you come in to present that point of view, you're basing it on real facts and evidence and information, and you're providing that point. I think that's your job, and your role as a board member is to do your very best to bring that to bear. You're not going to win everything, but the point is you've got to do your best to come in and present and represent. I think it's critically important that we as the board, if I'm on it, that we support each other, that we look out for each other, that we do our best together because we share that moral imperative, and that things aren't always going to go your way. I think it's great to be passionate about things, but just get the information, present it, and be ready for whatever result it is. But that's our job, is to do your best to come to the table ready to discuss. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, so I'm very used to working on a team, and I really like working as part of a team. I believe in collaboration. I think that we're often smarter together. And I really feel strongly about having an open mind and respectful sharing of opinions. And I think that utilizing that train of thought, there's generally a consensus that can be found.
Okay. All right, let's see, 10. Okay.
These are the easier ones.
Yeah, okay, we have 50 more questions. We have at least 2 board meetings per month if we're lucky. No, just kidding. It's 2 board meetings per month, and often have additional meetings and events. Would your other responsibilities or work obligations allow you the flexibility to properly prepare for and attend all meetings? And let's start with, Calista, we'll go with you first.
Okay. So I can commit to the board meetings and the additional meetings. I feel better when I prepare. I kind of can't even help it. So I spend a lot of time researching and preparing because that's just who I am. Yes, so I would accept that as part of this responsibility.
All right, Richard.
Absolutely okay with that. Was planning on it. I'm just kind of curious about how much time it's going to take to do my job appropriately in terms of researching, presenting, and preparing, because as a consulting executive and working with companies, that's all we do is research. We come to executives with a point of view, and we present, and then we plan together and do strategy, and then we go execute on that. That's what we do. So it couldn't be too different, and I'd like to apply that with you guys. So thank you.
Alyssa.
Yeah, many of us have many responsibilities. I believe time is valuable, but you make time for what is important. And so I would, contribute that logic in this capacity. I am fortunate to have a partner that allows me to have the bandwidth to take on additional responsibilities, knowing that, the needs of my home are met, and I'm able to meet the needs of any capacity I take on. I think that when you sign up for a job, you commit to it fully as, part of the moral obligation to the community. And I intend to do that.
Okay, Robert. Yes.
Getting close to 10.
I know.
All right. So unfortunately, this is the last question. Number 11. The appointment lasts until November of 2022, when the seat will be up for election for a new 2-year term. What are the key factors you would consider when deciding whether to run for the seat when it is up for election, if you are eligible? We'll start with you.
Great. So the main factor that I would consider when deciding whether to run for election again is if I was being effective. I'm very open to input, and I would really, want to hear from the community if I was being effective, and continue to contribute if they felt like I was.
Okay, Richard.
So I was surprised when this seat opened up. I was actually had formed a committee, and I was actually planning to run in November. So this kind of just came as a little bit of a surprise to me, but it was great. I was like, wow, okay, great. But I'm actively planning and running in the November election. It's not official until June or July, but I've gone to the bank, got my bank account, formed my committee. I've started working on what I want to do with it and how it might apply. So I am very serious about this. And I just appreciate the opportunity to be considered now, but I have every intention of running. Thank you.
I've actually always thought of this position. I know that the term that you'd be elected for is for a short amount of time, but there's just so much to be done. So I kind of had imagined that that whoever had this seat would run for election, which is, and then it's really up to the voters. So.
Well, Phil, I've heard you had a great sense of humor, and it kind of depends on if I really miss your jokes or not in those board meetings. I think it really has to do with how far we've gone and what we have left to do, and how effective my position on the board is and how we've done as a board. I'd like to know from the public what they think, from the teachers, from the students. I'd like to see what kind of change that I was able to make on the board. And I don't necessarily mean effective like I mean more of the fact that what were we able to accomplish? I mean, is our seat on the board, and is this board effective? Are we making meaningful change? Are we listening to the public and to our teachers and to our kids? I mean, and are we really doing everything that we can do? And if I feel that I haven't given enough, or we haven't given enough, that it's either going to make me want to run more and be a part of this, to keep going and to keep making the change until we get to the place where we need to be. And that's what I believe. I don't believe that failure is an option. I just believe that, together that we can do anything. And if y'all and everybody else thinks that we're doing a good job and we have more to do, then I definitely want to do it.
Okay, thank you. Can I add something here?
Yeah, you were really just, I'm really sorry. But
Well, it's just that you have to decide by July.
All right. Thank you. That does conclude our formal question part of the interview. Again, really, truly, we really appreciate you all stepping up and being a part of this process with us, and to our folks who are staying and watching in the audience. Thank you. I know it's late, so but obviously it's important. I'm going to move us into the discussion portion. So this takes us into the next agenda item. Would you like to introduce this next section?
I'd be glad to.
Thank you.
And I just have to say, wow, thank you so much for all the candidates. It's an honor to be a part of this community with such high quality individuals. The last time we did this, we saw the same thing. I don't envy the board's choice because these are all very passionate and well folks. So thank you all. So process wise, in just a second, we're going to give the board about 5 minutes to review their notes, think through the answers. There was a lot of information out there. And so have a kind of a chance to process yourselves individually. At the end of that time period. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Thank you. And of course, we'll have public comment available as well. Public comment, then 5 minutes to review individual board members' notes. At that time, you'll be asked to, you have a ballot document there. You'll be asked to select your top choice. But that will lead into a discussion. And during that discussion, a nomination may rise to the surface the first time around. It may require more discussion and to go back and do the process as many times as it takes to put a nomination on the table, at which point we'll go to the next action item, which is a resolution to officially appoint a new board member. So with that, public comment.
All right, thank you so much for the introduction, just so we're all really clear on process and the timeline here. So I am now going to open it up for public comment. If anyone in person would like to make a comment, the floor is yours. You can either come forward or raise your hand. Gordon, yes.
Hi, sorry about that. Yeah, I'll echo what Scott said. Wow, really, I'm definitely think we have some really excellent candidates for this position. Got the exact same impression when we interviewed Callie, Robert, and Alyssa as well. We feel like all three are student-centered, teacher-centered, invested in making a positive change in our district. Just reiterate that we've had made the unanimous decision to do a joint endorsement, SEA and CSEA, of Alyssa Maisano, just because of her established familiarity with issues in our district, a deep experience in our district, passion for serving SUESD students, range of different roles, professionalism, expertise, shared goals with of retaining recruiting staff. So just to reiterate what I said previously. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other public comment? I don't see.
And if I can add one thing, just process wise, there is an overlay here with the California Voting Rights Act. So as you all well know, since you adopted it, the district is in transition to a by area election rather than a general election, and that'll kick in the November election. And the way to consider that in this process is just one factor, by no means the sole factor. The resignation came from board member Jennifer Izant Gonzalez, who resides in trustee area 2. And the trustee area of each applicant here tonight is listed on their application. Again, it's a factor to consider. It's not a sole factor.
Doing one last check. Any comment from the room? You have a question? Yeah.
No, I'll just make a comment. I'm really impressed too. And I think no matter who you end up going with, I just feel like the board and the kids and the teachers are going to be really well served. I mean, I'm super impressed with you guys. I really am. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for saying that, Robert. Yes. I'll keep us rolling along as I tend to do. Do we have any comments on email?
Nothing on email.
Okay. Thank you. Here I am just trying to prolong the hard part. No, so I'm gonna go back to the process, and I think now is when we take our 5 minutes as board members. We've had our interviews, we've heard from the public. I'm sure we've all taken notes and done some processing, so we're just gonna take some quiet time, and board members will just.
I did have a question. I got a little confused there.
Okay.
So the November election is going to be district or at large?
So that is to be determined. We will have to work with county elections on this. You're asking about this particular seat, right?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, so it is to be determined. And there's really, it's a relatively unusual and unique place for a district transitioning to trustee area elections to also be working with an appointment process. And so we will work with county elections, yet to be determined whether that seat on the ballot will be a general elected seat or a trustee area elected seat.
Which is area 2.
Area 2. And so the guidance for this process is to consider the trustee area, meaning that somebody living in the same trustee area that was vacated is a positive, but is by no means the sole determining factor.
So whereas if somebody was outside of area 2, there's a possibility they won't be able to run in November.
It's possible.
Possible, okay, go one way or the other, okay. And we would find that out in July?
I don't have an
Or it has to
exact-
be Before July, because that's when you have to.
Yeah,
sign up.
I don't have an exact date, but yeah, it'll have to be soon.
And see, this is because this
Yeah.
is a 4-year spot that normally would still be a general election.
Right, and then the election in November for this particular seat is for 2 years to finish up the 4-year term, which when originally elected was a general. It's not easy logistics. But the other 2 positions that will be open in November, besides the one created by this opening, will be by district, by
Absolutely.
area. Yes, okay. That all being said, let's take our moments to reflect.
I'll set a timer. We can always adjust the time. as
Oh, we're
necessary.
on a timer.
We can always adjust it just for a guideline.
Feel
Just
free
for-
to
just for a
stretch, roam
beacon.
about, whatever people need to do. I'm sorry? Yeah, sorry. Yes, for purposes of our YouTube viewing, we are officially calling a recess. to be is fine. If you'd like to stay at the tables, that's fine. Wherever you're comfortable sitting, right, is all good here. We're back on the YouTube, it looks like. We went over our 5 minutes because we all have a lot to process and think about. As we said, you are an incredible group of candidates, and we are incredibly fortunate to have people willing and wanting to serve. And as you said earlier, Robert, really just incredibly, you're all in very, very good company. And that's an honor for us to experience that, knowing really that you've watched what we do and that you want to participate, that it's very meaningful.
I think 3 of us came on the board through appointment, right?
Twice for me.
Yeah, we've been there. So each board member had a ballot that they could mark. This is not exactly a vote. It's a way of continuing the discussion. So, I'll look at them and see which names are marked, and then we'll continue the discussion as far as those candidates. So if a name is not marked, we won't continue discussing that particular candidate. So we have the two names that are marked for discussion are Callista Edmondson and Richard Laird. So make sure I'm not missing anything. Okay, yeah, so I'm sorry. We have 3 that are marked for Callista Edmondson and 1 that is marked for Richard Laird. So we can have a discussion about those 2 names. This is a little uncomfortable, but whatever we want to say in terms of who we might want to put forward in the resolution, and now is the time for the board to discuss it.
Okay.
I don't mind. I'm willing to start unless somebody else would like to.
Go for it. You're the
Okay.
president.
Well, that does not give me any more power or weight in this, trust me, but everyone answered, every question very well. I could go on and on. I appreciate that Callista has such experience as a teacher, as someone who's active in the community. But what really, some of the key phrases that I heard that really resonate with me is listening, and your description of what it truly means to listen and have empathy. I view that as a really critical function of a board member. You talked about having flexibility, the description of equity. Everyone did a great job describing equity, but it was a really beautiful way of describing, again, meeting people where they are and helping them grow to their potential. When talking about hot topics, seeing and raising the issue about increasing enrollment is something that's really at the forefront of critical issues for our district and all districts and funding. So I appreciated hearing that, and then talking about how do you serve all students, and just really staying connected and several folks mentioned this, right? Going to the events, getting to know our families. So those are just a few things that come to mind, and again, all things being equal, all candidates being incredibly qualified. I also, being the candidate who happens to reside in trustee area 2 is also like sort of for me the cherry on top. But I am only one of 4.
Yeah, this is a hard one. Everybody had great ideas. And I've been on that table over there too. So I know I was sweating bullets but it's, it is hard. And I like what Amanda said with, you go by Callie or Callista? Callie on your lap? Callie? Okay, on the application, you go Callie. Okay. Just, the hot topic was what you brought up to. Everybody mentioned teacher salaries. Yes, increase enrollment, but then also what the highest quality of, educate for each student. And again, everybody looks like there'd be, events and visiting schools, and I mean, it is involved in the community. And plus, I mean, we shouldn't look at, but, area 2, like you said, it's like, what happens if the election says no to at large? And then person to pick is out. I mean, it's one thing to look at. It should not be the all of the decision. If I made sense.
You
That's
made
it. Yeah, I know,
sense to me,
yeah,
Ted.
yeah.
You made sense to me.
I'll go next.
Mhm.
I also picked Callista. I mean, I think you both did a really nice summary of explaining why. Some of the things that stood out for me were working with others and listening and focusing on increased enrollment. And then the trustee 2 area, I think also it makes sense just because we went through that whole process. It makes sense based on that for me. But thank you all. I mean, we had just an amazing group, so thank you all for coming prepared and answering some tough questions. Really appreciate it.
I want to thank every one of you for stepping forward. This is, voluntary, and you can see, we do put in a bit of time on doing the things that we do. I was the only lone vote for Richard, and I just put it simply, and it's that in 3 months, whoever is in this position is going to have to decide to run again in November. And so I'm looking at who is the person who's going to be able to have a learning curve that is almost vertical in 3 months. And so what I heard was a lot of experience, organizational, administrative experience. And if you got to have that to make a decision. And listening and collaborating is just, everybody has to do that. That's just a common thing. It's not an exceptional thing in this position. And so let's just assume that you will do that. So although that's how I went about my decision, I will go with what the board decides.
Any more discussion there? I mean,
It's
would-
10 o'clock. Should we table it for
we're
2
not,
more weeks?
we're not following the Ted Donnelly 10 o'clock rule. And so would you like to have further discussion, or are we at the point where we'd like to put forward, a name to consider a resolution?
Well, unless anybody's changed your mind, I think we go with the majority.
That's what I want to ask you. You had, right? And if that's something you're comfortable with, then okay. So let me just do a little process check for myself. We haven't done this in 3 years. So it sounds like we can propose a vote on a resolution to appoint a provisional board member. We've got this now as an action item. Do you have anything you need to say? We'll just move on forward towards asking someone to make an approval, propose adopting the resolution to appoint Callista Edmondson as our provisional board member.
I'll make the motion.
Okay.
I'll second.
Carolyn seconds. All right. So Linda, when you're ready, we'll have a roll call vote.
Aye.
Trustee Friedman.
Aye.
Trustee Donnelly.
Aye.
Trustee Rodriguez.
Aye.
Trustee Jackson Miller. Aye. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you all again for spending this time with us and engaging in the process. And this board will continue to have openings. There are more opportunities. So we really, really do. I can't keep saying it, but really can't say how grateful we are to have folks, exceptional folks. All four of you are clearly exceptionally well qualified. But with that, we're concluding the process. We have adopted a resolution appointing our newly appointed board member. Now I'm going to take my blankie off and I'm going to go ahead and administer the oath. I guess I don't have to come close to you. I don't have to get closer, but it's however you're comfortable. If you'd like to, how do we do this? Normally we're right next to each other.
Raise your right hand.
Well, I know, but.
So usually you stand.
Right there. All right, yeah, come on forward. We'll stand. Okay, I'll take it nice and slow. Okay, so please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I repeat your name. Do solemnly swear that I will defend the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California against all enemies, foreign and domestic. That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the State of California. That I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion. And that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I'm about to enter. Right. Thank you. Congratulations. All right, we're just going to clean up the last couple of items of business here. Item number 12, any correspondence to note? Nope. Future agenda items as requested by trustees. Thank you so much.
Could I ask,
Thank you.
see you in November.
Okay, yes, yes, please, take good care.
Could I ask that we have a discussion maybe with the FPT on the May revise?
Yes. Yeah, she's.
That's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah, where'd she go?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, there she is.
Okay.
You know,
All
you
right.
can't leave yet.
Okay, so Phil is, yes, saying discussion with the fiscal prioritization team about the May revise.
Got it
Check.
noted. Yes.
Okay. Any-
Should I add a chair?
No, we're just doing a motion for adjournment. It's okay. All right.
You have
Do I have a motion to adjourn? I'm going to make
the motion.
a second. It is 10:05 PM. Ted makes the first, Carolyn makes the second. All in favor of adjourning.
You have to vote.
That's true. That is true. Your first vote. Do you make, you're okay with adjourning? Okay, all in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Thank you all very, very much.